Chapter 1 King Gunakamadeva, Princess Gunalakshmi, and the White Jackal. A little over 1,500 years ago, the kingdom of Kopa, one among the three prominent kingdoms of Nepal Mandal, was ruled by a wise, meritorious, and benevolent king by the name of Gunakamadeva, who cared for his people like his very own children and was, in return, equally revered by them. King Gunakamadeva had everything he desired to have: palaces with multiple courtyards, ponds, and temples adorned with big-wheeling artistic carvings, the likes of which were nowhere else to be found on earth, all laid out amidst enchanting, lush green gardens spangled with fruit-bearing flowers and patches of King Gunakamadeva had everything he desired to have: palaces with multiple courtyards, ponds and temples adorned with big-wheeling artistic carvings, the likes of which were nowhere else to be found on earth, all laid out amidst enchanting, lush green gardens spangled with fruit-bearing trees and patches of flowers of all colors and hues that gave out the most pleasant of aromas. He had reached in abundance a council of learned, wise, and honest men who helped him in his affairs of the state and in maintaining peace and harmony in the country. All said Gunakamadeva had no son but was blessed with a daughter, Gunalakshmi. One day, for no apparent reason, baby Gunalakshmi wailed and wept from early morning and would not stop despite several attempts to soothe her by the queen mother, the courtiers, and royal physicians and other caretakers of the palace. When nothing came to naught, the queen went to Gunakamadeva and in all dismay narrated the ordeal with the girl child. After listening to the queen, King Gunakamadeva went to the room where the little princess was still wailing and weeping and cuddling in his arms with all his fatherly love, tried to best soothe and comfort her. He sang aloud all the lullabies he could remember and gave her several dolls and toys at hand to play with, still to no avail. The child just kept on weeping and wailing. The king looked around to see what he could do next, and it so happened that his eyes fell on a small wooden toy of a jackal. Vexed and in exasperation, Gunakamadeva inadvertently spluttered out, little one, do stop your wailing and weeping now, else I shall give you away to the jackal in the far-off woods that keeps weeping and wailing in the dark like you do now." No sooner had the king uttered those words and repeated them strangely, Gunalakshmi stopped weeping and wailing, and with a sweet smile started kicking her little hands and legs in the air. Astonished, yes, but without further ado, the king, queen, and courtiers all relaxed and went about attending to their work at hand. Years rolled by, and the Princess Gunalakshmi grew up into a fine young lady with the most beautiful feminine figure. Her beauty and the way she carried herself in manners and behavior spread far and wide, not just on the earthly plane, but also in high heaven, the realm of the gods. Lord Narayana, the Lord of Vaikuntha, was so impressed and enchanted with Gunalakshmi that he decided to take her as his consort. So on a night of the waxing moon, Lord Narayana, shining in all his grandeur, appeared to Gunalakshmi in her dream and entreated her to become his consort, to which Gunalakshmi willingly agreed. "I shall come to you not in human form, but as a jackal. Be not afraid. Know that to be me and consent to marry," he said, and with an enchanting smile on his lips, diffused into the void. Then, on a full moon night, a pack of jackals trotted out of the woods, led by a tall, slender jackal with snow-white fur and shone silver in the moonlight. On came the pack to the palace gates, and there they all sat and ululated in unison, the sound loud but not unpleasant to the ear, reverberating from the walls of the palace. The guards, courtiers, and the king were all taken aback, uneasy, and afraid. Never had this happened before. How very mysterious! What does this forebode? An ill omen? Immediately the king sent for the royal astrologer and asked of him to read the signs. The astrologer took out his instruments, chalk and board, and went to work. At the end of it, he consoled the king, saying that he need not worry, as the ululating of the jackals did not forebode any evil, but on the contrary, it forebode good, prosperity, and well-being. You must have promised something to the jackals, the astrologer said, else they would not be here. Recall, your majesty, pleaded the astrologer, and so saying took leave and left. Feeling comforted with the words of the astrologer, the king decided to ask the jackals the purpose of their visit, and so sent the guard to invite the leader of the pack. The tall white jackal strode into the courtyard with his furs flying in the silvery moonlight and sat in front of the king. Why have you come at this hour with your pack, and why are you howling in unison? Asked the king. Great king, said the white jackal, and without mincing his words, I am here to ask for your daughter's hand in matrimony. If you are a man of your word, accept me as your son-in-law, else tell me that you will not keep your word. What? Why, my word? When? Inquired the king. How can a human child be married to a jackal of the woods? This is preposterous, absurd, ridiculous. Not at all, chuckled the wild jackal. Wasn't it you, great king, who many a year ago said to your daughter that you would give her away to a jackal in the far-off woods? Didn't she stop weeping and wailing then? Oh, great king, I heard it loud and clear. Hearing the white jackal utter thus, the king felt not a little nervous, and sweat beads broke on his forehead. He recalled what he had unintentionally but plainly uttered so many years ago, and now he was being held to his word by the white jackal. Feeling sad and in a dilemma, the king retired to the chamber of the queen and in all dismay narrated the cause of the howling jackals. Both the king and the queen lamented on their misfortune, while the jackals at the gate started to howl anew and rather piercingly this time around. Meanwhile, the maids in the service of Princess Gunalakshmi had been listening and observing the ongoings in the courtyard. On hearing about the proposal of the white jackal and seeing the dilemma of the king, they rushed to the princess and breathlessly narrated the episode with stunned looks and sighs. Prince Gunalakshmi took charge of the situation and paced forward the chamber where the king and queen continued to lament over the fate of their beloved daughter. The princess knelt before her parents and asked to be told about the cause of their lament. The king, with a sad heart and haltingly, narrated all that had happened. When the king could speak no more, Gunalakshmi, with a smile on his lips, said to her parents, Dear parents, lament not. I have foreseen Princess Gunalakshmi took charge of the situation and paced towards the chamber where the king and queen continued to lament over the fate of their beloved daughter. The princess, knelt before her parents and asked to be told about the cause of their lament. The king, with a sad heart, and haltingly narrated all that had happened. When the king could speak no more, Gunalakshmi, with a smile on her lips, said to her parents, "Dear parents, lament not. I have foreseen this in my dream. Not all that meets the eye is true. My fate ordains me to be married to that white jackal, and I shall willingly wed him. So please prepare what needs to be prepared for a royal wedding and give my hand in marriage to the magnificent white jackal." King Gunakamadeva pondered over what Princess Gunalakshmi said. He had uttered his words, and it would be against his dharma not to fulfill them. The jackals would not stop their howling nor leave without taking Gunalakshmi with them, and by all looks and deeds, the white jackal seemed much more than meets the eye. So, with all good faith in Providence, and having murmured his prayers in silence, he gave orders to the queen and the courtiers to prepare for a royal wedding then and there, and sent out runners to assemble the astrologer, the priests, ministers, and noblemen. He also sent out drummers to all four corners of the city to announce the wedding of Gunalakshmi. Early next morning, when all were assembled at the courtyard, the king performed all the traditional rituals of the wedding. Meanwhile, Gunalakshmi bathed herself with the waters from the holy rivers and dressed herself in finest clothes woven and embroidered with silver and gold threads. She was bedecked with the finest jewelry from head to toe. The golden flower head ornament called luswa and 5-pronged gold chains called nyapusika shone bright on her head. She wore the golden necklace called tayo, with the centerpiece crowned with the emblem of 5 serpent heads, and additionally a necklace of deep red coral beads called bimpuma. Diamond-studded earrings sparkled and dangled from her ears. Her fingers flashed different colors from the stones studded in the rings she wore. She wore golden bangles with precious stones on both her wrists, and around her ankles rested gold solid silver anklets called kali, with lion face carvings at both ends. Bedecked thus in her bridal attire and with her enchanting looks, Gunalakshmi shone bright like a goddess from heaven. After the performance of all the rituals, at the most auspicious moment, the shining Gunalakshmi placed the wedding garland on the white jackal. Gods and goddesses from heaven showered flowers on the auspicious occasion. The air was filled with the most pleasant of scents from the gardens. The king, in the presence of the queen and courtiers, took the hand of Gunalakshmi and placed it in the hands of the white jackal, thus fulfilling his word, his dharma. When all was done and farewells exchanged, Gunalakshmi and the white jackal were seated inside a magnificent chariot harnessed to 4 full-bodied jackals that pulled the chariot at a trot, followed by the courtiers and bearers bearing the essentials meant for Gunalakshmi. After another exchange of farewells at the city gates, the chariot moved in the direction of the woods till it reached a palace called Banantar. There the chariot, the procession, and the bearers entered a cave opening and kept going till they reached a brightly lit, spacious cavern where the ceiling, the pillars, the rocks, and the floor all glittered and sparkled as if illuminated from within. In the middle of the cavern stood a throne crowned with an 11-headed serpent called Sheshnag. The white jackal diffused into the void, and its place stood Lord Narayana in all his splendor, holding the conch shell, the discus, the mace, and the lotus in his 4 hands. Lord Narayana seated himself and Gunalakshmi on the throne and made a sweeping gesture with his hand. All the jackals in the procession were transformed into their real selves, the many gods, goddesses, and apsaras from Vaikuntha. All of them, including the human bearers, were then treated to a magnificent feast served with the tastiest of foods and finest of drinks. After the merriment was over, the bearers took leave to return and were bid farewell by Lord Narayana and Gunalakshmi. Each was given a big golden plate on which they had feasted as a keepsake for their service. The bearers, dazed by the miracle they saw inside the cave, hastened to the palace and breathlessly narrated all that had happened to the king and laid before him the keepsake plates of gold, silver, as proof of their narration. The king, now assured of the good faith of his beloved daughter, called his council and arranged to pay a visit to Lord Narayana and Gunalakshmi at the cave. When all were assembled, the king in his chariot, followed by his courtiers, proceeded towards the woods and on to Banantar. However, search as they might, there were no cave openings to be found. All were bewildered, not least the chief bearer who had returned from the cave. The king ordered the courtiers to fan out and look in all 4 directions, while he himself was chief bearer, went further deep into the woods, and suddenly at a turn they found the cave opening. Without further ado, the king and the chief bearer entered the cave and reached the illuminated cavern. Lord Narayana and Gunalakshmi came to welcome the king at the entrance to the cavern. Gunalakshmi was overjoyed to see her beloved father. After paying due respects to the king and goodwill exchanges, Lord Narayana said to the king, "O benevolent king, I am extremely pleased with you and the way you treated me and the entourage, though we were all donned in different attires. It's now time that I return to Vaikuntha with Gunalakshmi. So ask for whatever you wish, and it shall be granted." The king was well pleased with his son-in-law, but was not quite sure what to ask for. He said, "O Lord of the heavens, with your grace and blessings for my own, I crave for nothing. However, since you give me this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it becomes my duty as king to consult the wise among my people as to what they wish for. So allow me to go now and consult my people. I shall return and let you know what my people wish for." So saying, and taking permission from Lord Narayana, the king returned to his palace and immediately assembled his ministers, courtiers, and the old and wise from among his subjects. When all were assembled, the king narrated his meeting with Lord Narayana and asked of them what he should ask for. After a short discussion, the wise among them said, "O king, we have all types of cereals growing in our land except rice paddy. If it behoves thee, do ask Lord Narayana to grant that the soil of Nepal Mandala be able to produce and sustain rice paddy." The king thought over it and reassured himself that that indeed would be the most everlasting gift he could ever give to his people and country. Happy with his counsel, the king immediately returned to the cave and asked Lord Narayana that his people's wish for rice paddy in Nepal Mandala be fulfilled. Lord Narayana was equally pleased with the wise counsel the king had received and advised thus, O benevolent king, with your wise counsel you have asked for a momentous wish that will do good to your race, your people, and country for eternity. I shall gladly grant you your wish. He raised his hand and uttered, Tathastu, so shall it be. Lord Narayana then counseled the king to send his people to the country of Magadh and bring rice paddy seeds from there. Plant them after the 8th day of the waxing moon in the month of Tachala, May. Prepare the fields thereafter, and then replant the saplings in the month of Dilla, June. And having done so, to pray and pay homage to the Nagas, that there shall be enough water for the plants to grow, and nothing ill or untoward may happen in the country till harvesting time in the month of Kaula, October. Having counseled thus, Lord Narayana and Gunalakshmi took leave of the king and left for Vaikuntha, their heavenly abode. Back at the palace, the king reassembled his entourage and told them all that King Narayana, Lord Narayana, had counseled and accordingly sent his men to the land of Magadh to bring the first seeds of rice paddy to Nepal Mandal. At the right time and as directed, the people sowed the seeds and prepared their fields. The first saplings came up good and fine, and in the month of June these were replanted in the field. 4 to 5 months later, 4 to 5 months hence, the paddy stood strict and firm, ready for harvesting. The people were overjoyed and harvested the paddy, but very soon their joy turned into dismay when they found that the paddy was all husk and did not contain a single kernel of rice. There was nothing in this harvest, neither in theirs nor in anyone else's. It was all stalk and husk, no grains, good for fodder, not for food. Alas, this was not right at all. The king was no less bewildered. Think as he might, he had no idea why or how such a queer thing could have happened. Finally, he decided to meet Lord Narayana again and seek for answers from him. So he prepared all the puja requirements and went to meet the Lord. After circumambulating the Lord 3 times and having offered puja, the king addressed Lord Narayana thus, O Lord, my people spared no pains to do all that you bid us to do, but to our dismay, we found no rice kernels in the paddy that grew in the fields. In all your kindness, let there be rice grains within the stalks of the paddy. So saying, the king knelt before the Lord, his face a mask of expectation. On hearing what the king had to say, Lord Narayana closed his eyes and, after a long silent contemplation, said, Benevolent king, I have bestowed fertility in the soil of Nepal Mandala to grow and sustain rice paddy, but that alone is within my ambit of influence. My mentor and Lord Avaloketisvara is the only and one who can imbue the paddy field with seeds and kernels within. None else can. As of now, a 32nd persona of the Lord is manifesting on the earthly plane at a place called Kamuni Kamapura Kamakya in the womb of a Yaksha queen in order to relieve the clan of Yakshas from deep suffering and misery. Thereafter, the Lord will come to Kathmandu, bringing all that is good and auspicious in his wake. Only when the Lord sets foot in Nepal Mandala will there be rice kernels inside the husks. However, all this will take time, and it shall not come to pass in your lifetime. Benevolent King, do not lose heart, for Lord Karunamaya will set foot in Nepal during the reign of your son, for which purpose I too shall do whatever needs to be done to make it happen. Now therefore pray and pay homage to Lord Karunamaya on the 8th day of every lunar fortnight. Go back to your people and see to it that all of them live happily with enough and a little more to spare. Having said as much, Lord Narayana diffused into the void. The king, blank-faced but hopeful, returned to his kingdom and told as much to his people and asked of them to have patience with the affairs of the gods. He prayed and paid homage to Lord Karunamaya on the 8th of every lunar fortnight, and by the grace of the Lord, he was soon blessed with a son. The son of Gunakamadeva was named Narendra Deva. The young prince was endowed with all the qualities of royalty: strong, brave, commanding, persistent, but also humble and amicable where and when necessary. His tutorials began from the age of 5 with the masters of each discipline: society, culture, religion, justice, the arts, the treasury and its intricacies, the armory, and weapon skills, etc. Years rolled by, and then one day King Gunakamadeva adjudged his son fit to take over the responsibilities of the state. He assembled his ministers, courtiers, the wise and the elders of the land, and sought their counsel for the coronation of Narendra Deva, to which all agreed unanimously. The king then began to tutor and hand over all in his know to Narendra Deva, including the momentous event of the coming of Lord Karunamaya to Nepal Mandala during the later's reign, as foretold by Lord Narayana, though nothing could be said about when, how, and under what circumstances it would take place. Having fulfilled his duties and responsibilities, King Gunakamadeva organized a glorious coronation ceremony and crowned Narendra Deva as the new king of Bhaktapur. He then, for the last time, bid farewell to his courtiers and his subjects and left for the sanctity of the woods to spend the rest of his life in prayer and devotion to Lord Karunamaya. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Mahadhana and the Holy Sage. During the reign of King Birbahu, in a city called Gauda, there lived a merchant by the name of Sumati. Sumati was as rich can be, and the people of Gauda called him not by his name, but as Mahadhana, the great rich. Mahadhana had everything one could wish for: several luxurious houses, land aplenty, jewelry in abundance, scores of servants, and a choice collection of birds and animals as pets. All he had except a child and heir to his wealth. One day Mahadhana counseled with his spouse, "Dear one, we have all we desire for except a child and heir. How very happy we would be if we had but one child. But alas, fate has not ordained us to have one. So let us now embark on a rigorous yet meritorious brata called Upokad Brata, dedicated to Lord Karunamaya, that is to be performed on the 8th day of every lunar fortnight." To this proposal of Mahadhana, his spouse willingly consented. So every 8th day of the lunar fortnight, the Mahadhana couple, with their priests presiding, performed the Upakad Brata, deeply immersed in the meditation of Lord Karunamaya, and gained great virtue. Months later, after the Mahadhana couple had purified themselves, By virtue of their brother, Lord Karunamaya appeared in a dream to Mahadana and said unto him, I am well pleased with your devotion. Why and for what purpose did you perform the Upokhat Brata? Mahadana knelt before the radiance of the Lord and prayed, O great Lord Karunamaya, with your grace and compassion, I have everything I desire except for a child. I so desire to have a child who will offer fire to my mortals and offer water, cereals, and food when I am no more. With your grace and compassion, grant me a child, O Lord, I pray. Then Lord Karunamaya said unto him, 4 days hence a holy sage will come to your door, and he will grant your wish. So saying, the radiance of the Lord departed. Mahadana woke up dazed and startled, unable to digest what he had been blessed by the Lord in his dreams. He murmured his prayers to the Lord and decided to keep his dreams to himself, quite unexpectant, but also doubtful and anxious about it coming true. But how could it be otherwise? Exactly on the 4th day, while Mahadana nervously waited at home, a sage effusing an aura of luminosity came to the courtyard of the house asking for alms. Immediately Mahadana attended to the sage, and after washing his feet and seating him next to his prayer room, Mahadana served him the best of foods and milks and honey, curd and sweets. After the meal was over, the sage said to Mahadana, Accomplished one, I am pleased with you and your devotion. Ask what you desire. As in the dream, Mahadana knelt before the sage and said, O holy sage, by the grace of the Lord, I have everything I desire to have except for a child. In your grace and compassion, grant me a child, I pray. At this, the sage smiled at Mahadana and said, Now, for your wish to be fulfilled, go towards the west and pick up the first pile of cow dung you come across and bring that to me here, together with 2 full-sized earthen bowls. Mahadana went out and did exactly like the sage as bid him to do. The sage then had 2 bowls cleaned and purified with the holy waters from the rivers. His lips moved to murmur some incantations. He blew into the cow dung and placed it in one of the bowls. He then took the other bowl and covered the bowl containing the ball of cow dung upside down. Having done so, the sage said to the Mahadana, Accomplished one, now do listen carefully. This now is the womb I have created for your child to be, because your child is not capable of bearing a child. Keep this in a closed, secret place so that no one can touch or open it, not even you. You are forbidden to share this secret with anyone else. On the 21st day hence, I will come again and deliver a child to you. So saying, the sage took leave and left. Bewildered, Mahadana took the set of covered bowls to his innermost treasury room, where he had stored the most precious of his jewels, and placed it at the center. He then retraced his steps, closed the door, and locked it securely with a new padlock, and anxiously waited for the days to pass without whispering anything about this to anyone, not to his wife, not even to himself. After leaving the home of Mahadana, the sage, none other than Lord Karunamaya, made his way towards Banantar. Lord Narayana saw that his mentor was within his proximity and materialized before the Lord and prayed thus, O Lord, my mentor and Guru, my obeisance to thee. Wherefore art thou here in human form? Lord Karunamaya told Narayana about Mahadana, his rigorous Upakot Brata for a child, and the bowls containing the cow dung as womb. Thereupon Narayana said, O Lord, I shall gladly accede to thy intent and purpose. My spirit shall imbue in the holy bowl. Please wish whatever thereafter. Having received word from Narayana, Lord Karunamaya left Banantar for his heavenly abode. Lord Narayana, on his part, imbued the cow dung with a persona of his spirit. Then, on the 21st day, as fate would have it, while Mahadana awaited the coming of the sage, his wife, his brush, broom, and a heavy heap of rags was on a full spree to clean the house top down and corner to end. He dusted, swept, and scrubbed, fuming and panting. Presently she reached the treasury room and was rather aghast to see a never-before-seen padlock secured to the hinges. What? Why? Intense curiosity filled her head to toe. To date, he has had nothing to hide from me, and now this, without telling me anything about it, she bubbled. There must be something I must see. Not knowing where Mahadana was and unable to contain her bubbling curiosity, she broke open the hinges and walked in. It was dark inside, and as she felt her way in, she bumped into the bowls placed at the center of the room. The upper bowl came off, and the petrified odor of the cow dung filled her nostrils real bad. She immediately dragged the bowls to the light at the door and saw all that there was to see. Alas, whatever has happened to my wise old man, she lamented. Has he lost his senses? A bowl of cow dung concealed inside our treasury as if it is the most precious thing on earth? God forbid. His senses have not left him dry. So saying, and fuming with rage, she carried the bowls to the window and let fly the bowls and the contents onto the saga below. Rather late in the afternoon, the holy sage made his appearance and called upon Mahadana, who hurriedly went to greet and welcome the sage. After the customary cleansing and food, the sage asked for the 2 bowls that he may now grant a child. Mahadana, nervous and excited, hurried to the treasury to fetch the bowls. Mahadana's jaws gaped open when from a distance he saw that the door to the treasury had been breached. His body trembling, he ran to the door and into the room only to see the bowls were there no more. His hoarse voice reverberating within the walls of the house, terrifying everyone. Presently his wife came running. She, in turn, still fuming with what she had found inside the treasury room. A loud and noisy verbal battle ensued between Mahadana and his wife. Finally, on being told that the bowls had contained their only would-be child, their only hope, the wife, silenced, dismayed, and shamed, lamented on her fate and foolishness. But now nothing could be undone. The bowls and the cow dung lay in the heap in the waste pit below. Mahadana, all sweat now, hurried towards the sage and with tears rolling down his cheeks, narrated all that had happened. The sage threw an unpleasant look at Mahadana and asked him to bring the bowls and dung from the saga and have it replaced before him. Mahadana obeyed without delay. The sage then slowly peeled off the layers of the dung, chanting and blowing at the bowl of dung all the while. A bright light from within, wee at first, shone and expanded into a healthy and beautiful boy-child endowed with all the 32 signs of virtue. A miracle was unfolding in front of their eyes, and Mahadana was quite overjoyed. After all, the life essence had survived within the cow dung. However, the sage said, I gave you what you desired for, and turning to his wife, but fate has so ordained that you threw it in a fit of rage and foolishness driven by a momentary surge of a puffed up ego. When you have not earned your keep with good karma, even blessings are of no use. I shall now take charge of this orphan child and raise him on my own. You may yet be hopeful when next you make it to this heavenly earth in human form." So saying, the sage cuddled the child and went out of the house. Mahadana and his wife could do nothing about it except lament and cry over the twist fate had played in their life. Sadly and sodden with grief, but with a harsh lesson learned, they spent the rest of their lives in doing good deeds and helping the poor and the needy. Chapter 3. The Story of Gorakhnath. Coming out of the house of Mahadana, the holy sage chose not to rear the child in the city and urban precincts within the ambit of the influence of Mahadana. So he took the baby boy to the far-off hills where none would recognize and distract them. There they lived off the land and edibles from the woods. The sage fulfilled all the customary rituals of birth and youthhood of the boy child. Being the incarnation of Lord Narayana from Gobar, cow dung, the child was named Gorakhnath. The sage taught him all about the holy scriptures, the tantras, mantras, yantras, and the yogas. The child grew up to become a virtuous young sage, and when he was able to fend for himself, Lord Karunamaya established Gorakhnath as the founder of a new religious order of sagehood called the Kanfatta sect, and took leave from the earthly pain. Kanfatta yogi Gorakhnath routinely paid homage to his mentor and Guru Lord Karunamaya thrice every day, in the morning, in the daytime, and in the evening, and gained quintessential virtues and powers of the tantras, mantras, and yogas. One day, Gorakhnath, while in a meditating trance, reminisced about Lord Narayana and King Gunakamadeva, and about the empty paddy stalks and husks without rice kernels, and Lord Narayana's promise to help bring Lord Karunamaya to Nepal during the reign of King Gunakamadeva's son. Now, with the passage of time, Gunakamadeva's son, Narendradeva, had become king of Bhaktapur. Gorakhnath became impatient to see Nepal Mandala and its people for himself. So on an auspicious day, Gorakhnath began his journey eastwards to Nepal Mandala. After several days and nights on the journey, and having crossed many a hill, mountain, river, and rivulet, Gorakhnath finally reached the wide valley expansion of Nepal Mandal, and was not a little fascinated to see the ornate temples, public baths, houses and dwellings, parks and courtyards, and flourishing market squares with shops brimming with all types of delicacies and drinks, much more than in the wildest of his dreams. Tired and hungry after such a long journey, Gorakhnath sat down to rest at a convenient place in the market square. There he happened to notice a lady in a tavern serving alcoholic drinks to her customers. Gorakhnath watched her as she went about her business, and when the last of her customers had left, he approached the door and said to the lady, "Good sister, I feel like quenching my little thirst with the fluids you serve, but being a yogi, I have no silver to give you. Will you, in all your magnanimity, serve me a drink?" The lady looked at the big frame of the yogi, and sensing that this was no ordinary yogi, she said, "Oh, stranger yogi, you do look like tired and thirsty. Do come in." Upon hearing her consent, Gorakhnath said, "Good sister, I am a Kanfatta yogi and have traveled a long distance to arrive here. And as yogis go, I need to eat and drink in bountiful quantities. Are you sure you would be able to serve me till I eat and drink my fill? Oh yes, I will serve you till you eat and drink your fill. Don't worry. However, it's late now, so for today I will serve you food and arrange a room for you to rest. You may drink your fill tomorrow and enjoy the whole day." So saying, she served him a bountiful quantity of food, and while he ate, arranged a room for him to rest and spend the night. "Rest for tonight. I will serve your needs tomorrow," she said. Just then it occurred to the lady, if not she had spoken her teeth out of her lips, who is this entity here who claims to be a yogi? Is he really one? Or is this a demigod in disguise, or spirits from the realms of the dead in human form? I have given my word to serve him till he desires to drink, but will I really be able to serve him as much? She became quite anxious and hurriedly slipped out to the nearby Ganesh temple, where she was a regular devotee, and prayed to the Lord with all intensity. Seeing his devotee in such intense prayer, Ganesh appeared before her and asked for the cause of her anxiety. "O great Lord," said the lady, "a yogi with an immense frame came to my tavern today and asked to be served to his fill, which I promised to do. But now I doubt if I will be able to keep my promise. So Lord, grant me that I can serve drinks to the yogis till he so desires." After listening to the lady, Ganesha wished to see the yogi for himself, and in disguise he went to the tavern and took a peek inside. Ganesh immediately recognized the manifestation of Lord Narayana as Gorakhnath, who had come to see Nepal Mandala. Having ascertained as much, Ganesh invoked and entrapped the spirits of the 9 holy serpents, the very embodiments of rain and fertility, and put them at the bottom of all the vessels containing the alcoholic drinks in the lady's tavern, and filled the vessels to the brim. Back at the temple, Ganesha said to the lady, "Go, good lady, serve the yogi at your tavern till he desires to drink. I have so ordained that your alcohol vessels, like water seeping out of a waterhole, shall remain full at all times. But do not move or lift the vessels, just dip into them and take as much as you need." So saying, Ganesha blessed his devotee. Paying her respects to Lord Ganesha 1,000 times, the lady slipped back to the tavern and went to check her stock. To her amazement, all her vessels containing different types of alcohol were filled to the brim. Again and again she thanked Lord Ganesha and retired to her bedroom. Early next morning, Gorakhnath woke up and as usual performed his morning prayers to Lord Karunamaya. Thereafter he went out of the tavern and strolled around the neighborhood in fresh morning breeze, taking in the ambience of the surroundings. Having stretched his limbs and feeling refreshed, he made his way back to the tavern and asked to be served with drinks as promised. The lady seated Gorakhnath in a spacious corner of her tavern and served him a big bowl of drink full to the brim. Gorakhnath took note of the spirited behavior of the lady, so full of confidence, and felt challenged to drink. "I will drink till she can serve no more," thought the yogi, and with both hands cupped, lifted the bowl and gulped the contents without further ado, and placed the bowl on the ground in a manner that clearly signaled the lady to fill it up. With an inwardly smile all to herself, the lady filled it up to the brim. The yogi took one look at the contents, cupped the bowl, and drained the contents without letting a drop fall elsewhere. After the third bowl, the lady went in and filled her auntie and came out smiling. The yogi kept drinking, and the lady kept pacing in and out of her stock chamber till day's end. Finally, the yogi was not a little exasperated with the free quantities he had drained, and said, "Good sister, blessed be thee, how much more need I drink? I have had my fill. Let us end this now." When the yogi finally declared his submission, the lady of the tavern, now that she could uphold her word, said, "Have some more, yogi. You are here today, and as the saying goes, tomorrow is not promised. Good sister, whatever be tomorrow, let tomorrow be. But for today, today is enough. I think I can't stand steady anymore." So saying, the yogi tried to get up, and the lady helped him do so. Finally, he found his footing, but was unsteady and staggering. He smiled and laughed. Excess is excess, be it alcohol or nectar. Kanfata that I am, indeed too Kanfata I have become. Well, I am very, very, tell you what, extremely pleased with you, and so I shall bless you. So saying, the yogi, with both his palms open, raised his hand to his shoulder and blurted out, "May all who come to your tavern be so mesmerized that they be unable to abstain from coming to your tavern time and again. May your clientele increase manifold. May your gains quadruple." How could the yogi's blessings go in vain? In no time, the lady of the tavern recouped her magnanimity to the yogi many times more in pure silver. So it happened then, and so it happens still, that taverns run by smiling ladies. After showering his blessings, the yogi stepped out, still unsteady on foot, but a little more steady in the head. Once out of the tavern, in cool, fresh air, the yogi thought, "Now, didn't I drink the whole day? And how could she keep serving me without let? Something's not right. I must see what she has for stock." So, transforming himself invisible, the yogi re-entered the tavern and went behind the doors inside the chamber. To his surprise, there he saw the 9 holy serpents encircling the exotic vessels and producing the liquids to the brim. "So this then is the trick," said the yogi, and in a fit of alcoholic intoxication entrapped all the 9 serpents, using his mantra incantations, took hold of them, and without anyone noticing, slipped out of the tavern and made his way out. Goraknath then headed towards a place where he saw a dense grove of trees in the distance. Presently he reached a place called Mrigastali in the precincts of Pashupati area near the temple of Lord Shiva. There Goraknath found a spacious but secluded cave surrounded by trees and lush vegetation. He went inside, entangled the serpents to make a comfortable seat, and covered them up. Having done so, Goraknath sat upon them firmly, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep meditative trance, oblivious to time and space. Now, with the 9 holy serpents, the great embodiments of rain and fertility, trapped underneath Goraknath's seat, there was no rainfall in the country, and all water sources began to dry out. The soil became parched, turned grey and dry into dust, and was blown away by the winds. A state of drought and famine prevailed in Nepal Mandala, and as the years rolled by, the food stocks dwindled to the bare bottom. Water became ever more scarce, and people began to suffer untold miseries. Chapter 4. Guru Shantikar Bajracharya and King Narendra Deva. With the 9 holy serpents imprisoned under the seat of Goraknath, there was no rainfall in the valley. As the years rolled by, all water sources began to dry up, and without water there were no crops, no vegetation. People began to suffer for want of food and water. King Narendra became very anxious and was pondering how best to eliminate the sufferings of the people. Just then, a representative delegation of the people came to the palace, and upon being granted audience, the elderly at the head of the delegation said, "O great king, you must be well aware that there is no rainfall in our country since long. The rivers, ponds, waterholes, and all sources of water have dried up. Our source of grain and cereals has depleted so much so that there remains very little seed for sowing. The skies are still all empty. Not a single patch of cloud can be seen. What should we do? What can we do? Our very survival is at risk." The king replied, "Dear elders, I have been pondering on this very issue for quite some time now. Does anyone of you know if ever there has been drought and famine before, and what steps were taken then to lessen the suffering of the people, and how they caused the rains again? Something serious and ominous has befallen our land of which we know not. Let us take counsel of the wise and knowledgeable among us, and if need be, of those from other lands, and pay homage and prayer to all the known gods, goddesses, and deities. For now we shall ask of our neighboring lands to fulfill our food shortage, for which I shall unwillingly give whatever is needed from our treasury." The people then organized prayers, pujas, and offerings at the temples and holy places of all the known gods and goddesses. They made prayers, puja, and offerings to the deities of all the 5 elements, but to no avail. Not a single patch of cloud could be seen floating across the deep blue sky, and the sun seemed to burn ever more fiercely. Once again a delegation of people reached the king, and the eldest amongst them said, "O benevolent king, we have done all we can to pacify the gods and goddesses and deities, but to no avail. During the reign of your father, the great king Gunakamadeva, whenever any calamitous event occurred in our land, he would seek counsel of the omniscient priest and mentor by the name of Shantikar Vajracharya and act according to his wise counsel. Following his counsel, immediate action always worked without fail in mitigating the crisis we faced. Why should we not do likewise now?" After listening to the elders, King Narendra pondered over the issue. Something was ominously gone wrong, and no one knows exactly what that is or how that can be overcome. Another year of drought will be unbearable, and the treasury will also dry up in paying for the food and all other needs from neighboring lands. I must and will seek refuge in Shantikar Vajracharya, he said to himself. King Narendra then assembled his ministers, courtiers, and nobles, and let them know of his decision to meet Shantikar Vajracharya. On an auspicious day, as determined by the astrologers, King Narendra with his entourage made way towards Gopucha Parbat near Swayambhu, a small hillock in the neighboring state of Kantipur. On reaching the precinct of Gopucha Parbat, they first offered prayers and puja to the self-illuminating Swayambhu Buddha, and then continued where Shantikar resided. Shantikar Vajracharya welcomed the king at his humble residence. He observed the size of the accompanying entourage and ascertained that something big was afoot. Turning towards the king, he addressed, "O benevolent king, you and your entourage are most welcome to my humble place. Of what service can I be to you and your men?" The king joined his palms and said, Omniscient Guru, how can anything remain hidden from you? You may have clearly seen that our land has undergone a state of drought for so many years. All the rivers, ponds, waterholes have dried up. Without water, there is no crop, no vegetation. We humans, as well as the birds and animals, are suffering untold misery. Many have lost their lives. We have done all in our know to overcome this plight. We have offered prayer and puja and pacified all known gods, goddesses, and deities, and still nothing has come of it. Another year of drought will be unbearable, and we will all perish. O great Guru, in all your grace and compassion, pray counsel us as to what else can we offer to the gods, goddesses, deities, spirits that will bring rain and abundance of water and relieve us from our misery. After listening to the king, Shantikar used his mystic vision to see what had actually gone wrong. Then he replied, O benevolent king, presently I will tell you why there is no rain despite all your efforts at pacifying the many gods and deities. Pray listen. Years ago, a Kanfata yogi, born of Gobar, cow dung, and therefore named Gorakhnath, who is imbued with the persona of Lord Narayana, a disciple of Lord Karunamaya, is meditating in a cave at Mrigastali. He has entrapped the 9 holy serpents, the very embodiments of rain and fertility, and imprisoned them under his seat. Now, unless and until the yogi gets up and relieves the 9 holy serpents from under his seat, no one and nothing can bring rain and fertility back in our land. Omniscient Guru, said the king, how then may we arouse the yogi from his meditation? Shall we pray that he do, or shall we offer him an enticing project that catches his fancy? Or can we force him out of his meditation? O king, this yogi Gorakhnath, disciple of Lord Karunamaya, will not budge from his meditation no matter how much you pray at his feet. Neither can you entice him with any of your offerings, nor can you force him with your army and weapons. He is a master of all tantras, mantras, yantras, and yogas, so unless he gets up on his own, no one can change his seated position, and he will not get up until and unless his mentor, Lord Avaloketisvara Karunamaya, sets foot in Nepal. Once his mentor, Lord Karunamaya, sets foot in Nepal, then he will get up on his own to perform homage and obeisance to the Lord. Thereafter, the 9 holy serpents will be relieved, and there will be rain and water in abundance. Therefore now, O king, concentrate your efforts to bring Lord Karunamaya to Nepal. O great Guru, said Narendra Deva, his eyes brimming with tears, we all are here on this earthly plane. How may I go and persuade or bring Lord Karunamaya of Sukhavati Bhavan to Nepal? This is too big a task for me to conceive, let alone accomplish. How may this happen? Tears flowed down the cheeks of the king. O benevolent king, said the Guru, do not panic all that soon. Lord Karunamaya will eventually come to Nepal. How, when, and under what circumstances, we know not. Lord Narayana, the most exalted of Lord Karunamaya's disciples, has foretold that it would happen during your reign as king. You are one of the chosen ones who will play your role to make that happen. Pray listen. So saying, Shantikar Vajracharya closed his eyes and directed his vision in meditation. He began, in Kama Rupa Kamakhya, the land of Yakshas, totaling 240 million in number. King Sashi and Queen Maya rule over them from their capital city, Kamuni. The king and queen are parents to 500 children. In these times, the persona of Lord Karunamaya as Loknath has manifested as the youngest son among the 500. His presence alone has effected many positive changes in the minds and hearts of the Yakshas and their land. Fertility of the land is astonishingly high. Their paddy, sown in the morning, can already be harvested in daytime. As such, the land is brimming with abundance, and the Yakshas are all happy and content. By any and all means, we have to bring this child to Nepal. As and when the child sets foot in Nepal, the Kanfata yogi Gorakhnath will get up and come to pay obeisance to the Lord, thereby relieving the 9 holy serpents from under his yogi's seat. Then only will there be rainfall and abundance of water and crops and everything else. O great Guru, said the king, wherefore and in which direction is Kamuni and the land of the Yakshas? How may we go there? Who will take us there? It is my duty as king and protector of my people to bring this Lord child to Nepal, and by any and all means, as to relieve my people of their sufferings and misery. Pray tell me, how may I accomplish this momentous task? Guru Shantikar Bajracharya then bade the king to await his return, and entered his meditation chamber named Shantipur. Once again he transfixed his senses and treated himself to the Jatismaran Yoga that enabled him to explore his past lives. Having spent some time in deep meditation, the Guru came out of his chamber and said, O benevolent king, I will now tell you about my precious life. Pray listen. In my previous life, it so happened that when I was devoting myself to acquiring the 8 Riddhi Siddhis from Goddess Yogeshwari Yogambar, I had to sacrifice my only son to the 8 goddesses of the 8 Riddhi Siddhis and embed his bones there at the hill chok called Masa Pitadola, present-day Mepi. The goddesses assured me that this son of mine was, in fact, an incarnation of Lord Karunamaya, who had manifested to imbue himself in each of the mother goddesses and their siddhis to make them potent and effective, and thereby also to sow the seed whence he would come to Nepal. In the distant future, the bones embedded there are to be used as the quintessence material for making the idol of Lord Karunamaya that will be placed on a chariot and pulled around the city. All positive influences will result in Nepal then, and people will live happy and content and in abundance. Those who tease or mock or disrespect the Chariot Festival of Lord Karunamaya will only diminish themselves and become miserable during their lifetime. I then asked when I would be able to pay homage to King Karunamaya, to which Yogeshwari Yogambar replied, in good time in your next life, your disciple will bring Lord Karunamaya to Nepal, whence the purpose of your being in this and the next life will be fulfilled. We shall now grant you the 8 siddhis that will enable you to achieve your purpose. So saying, the goddesses bestowed the 8 siddhis unto me, and am therefore here now in this life to fulfill the purpose I have been chosen to fulfill." Having said so, Shantikar Vajracharya paused, closed his eyes once again, and murmured his prayers in silence. It took quite some time for the message of Shantikar Vajracharya to sink into the king and his entourage. Dumbfounded, but now more assured and smiling, the king said, "O greatest Guru, we are enthralled with your powers, knowledge, and wisdom. I am fully assured that Lord Karunamaya will eventually come to Nepal, and our people will have all they wish in abundance and be happy and content. I am fully willing and ready to do my part. Let us not delay any more. I shall arrange and provide for whatever is necessary for this momentous undertaking." Shantikar was well pleased with what the king had to say. He thought for a while as to who might be the most capable among his disciples to lead a team that will go to Kabani in the land of the Yakshas to bring Lord Karunamaya to Nepal. In this regard, Shantikar never doubted who else other than Bandhudatta Vajracharya of Yen, the most exalted among his disciples, and the one and only who, like him, is bestowed with all the 8 siddhis from the goddesses. Without further ado, Shantikar asked of the king to send a message to Bandhudatta Vajracharya and bid him to attend in all haste. The messenger galloped at full speed and delivered Shantikar's message to Bandhudatta Vajracharya, who then was feeding his pets. Upon being told of his mentor and Guru's desire to see him, Bandhudatta was all excited and made haste to go see Shantikar. Chapter 5. The Story of Bandhudatta Vajracharya. Bandhudatta's arrival was announced at the August gathering, and he was ushered in. After paying homage to his Guru and the king, Bandhudatta asked, "O greatest Guru, you have asked me in your presence in all haste. Now that I see the king and his entourage, I wonder why and for what purpose. Whatever thy command, I shall willingly abide." "O Bandhudatta, the most exalted of my disciples, I am entrusting you with the most momentous task of our life. You are to accompany King Narendra Deva to Kamani in the land of the Yakshas and bring back with you the youngest of the 500 children of the Yaksha king Sashi. The child endowed with all the 32 virtuous qualities is no other than Lord Karunamaya, manifesting there to relieve the Yakshas of their sufferings and to elevate them towards dharma and compassion. This you shall accomplish in all peace and without violence of any kind, following the principles of Tantra Rajeshwar. You alone are capable of fulfilling this task. I see no other, and therefore I sent for you." After listening to his mentor and Guru, Bandhudatta realized that this was no ordinary task. It was not in his nature to refuse the command of his Guru, but this task was fraught with many risks, and he was doubtful whether he might be able to pull it off. So instead of giving his word immediately, he sought permission from his Guru, Shantikar, to make use of the latter's meditation chamber, Shantipur. On a nod from Shantikar, Bandhudatta entered the chamber and immediately transfixed his senses and treaded himself to the Jati Smaran Yoga that enabled him to explore his past life, which flashed back in his memory. In his previous life, Bandhudatta Bhattacharya was born in the land of Kapila and was named Vishwa. He became a devotee of the Buddha and, having learned all the scriptures, entered Nepal Mandala to pay homage and obeisance at Swayambhu and Gujeshwari and many sacred tirthas and pithas. He then visited all the shamans of the land, performing yogic meditation at each, and having acquired the 8 siddhis, became a famous yogi by the name of Odiyana Acharya. Later, Odiyana Acharya went to a hillock named Kashyapala and seated himself to perform yogic meditation. There, while in a meditative trance, he was blessed with the appearance of Goddess Vasundhara in all her regalia, riding on a golden cloud, an unmistakable omen of the good things to come. In another meditative trance, Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva appeared before him and told his next life. Blessed Acharya, you in your next life are destined to bring Lord Avaloketisvara Karunamaya to the land of Nepal, and you will also arrange a Chariot Festival of the Lord will commence every year thereafter for all to see. All positive influences will take place in Nepal, and all sufferings and misery will be eliminated when such happenings will merge with the embodiment of Lord Karunamaya and will attain Nirvana, the greatest goal any living entity can wish for. Bandhudatta slowly untangled himself from the Jati Smarana Yoga and thanked the Lord for granting him the privilege and opportunity in this life to bring Lord Karunamaya to Nepal and thereafter achieve Nirvana. Satisfied and joyous at heart, he came out of Shantipura. O great Guru, thy command shall be fulfilled. I am ready in mind, body and spirit to go with King Narendra Deva to bring Lord Narayana to Kathmandu, Nepal. Shantikar was elated to see and hear the spirit of Bandhudatta and said, Yes, Bandhudatta, one needs to be in high spirits to perform good deeds. Go forth, radiating all the Riddhi Siddhi powers you have mastered, and bring Lord Karunamaya to Nepal. To the king, Shantikar said, O benevolent king, now delay not. Prepare all the Bandhudatta needs you to prepare and proceed at the earliest. Shantikar and Bandhudatta conferred with one another and listed all that may be required for the journey and back, and gave it to the king to collect and prepare. Bandhudatta and the king then took leave of Guru Shantikar and left Gopuchar Pahad and went their respective ways. Bandhudatta to his home and the king to his palace. King Narendra Dev shared all that had happened with the queen and asked her to collect and prepare all the necessary puja items, including a golden Vijaya Kalash as required by Bandhudatta. The next day, King Narendra Dev assembled his ministers and courtiers, and by late evening he finished apprising them of what they needed to do and of their duties and responsibilities in his absence. Meanwhile, Bandhudatta consulted the astrologers and chose the day after to begin the journey towards Kamuni. He sent word to the king to be ready at the palace gates to leave as soon as he arrived. The king also readied himself for the journey and had all the puja items, including the golden Vijaya Kalash, stuffed into the twin baskets of a new strong kamu. The day after, Bandhudatta stepped out of his home at daybreak, and while on his way towards the Bagmati river, a stout young man came up to him and asked on what errand was he on to so early in the morning. Bandhudatta praised the man head to toe and liked his stature and build and also the tenor in his voice. He was dressed in a farmer's attire, a japu by all looks, healthy and fit. This young man seems capable of doing a multiple of tasks on my mission, thought Bandhudatta, and asked of the man if he would go on a mission to a far-off land and help carry some of his belongings. If you feed me well, O master, I willingly will be your bearer, the man replied. But how long is the journey, and when will we be back? Not sure, a month or two, or half a year, said Bandhudatta. How far is your home? You will need to take leave of your family. Name is Ratan Chakra, but I also answer to Lalit Jajapu, and I am from Yala, said the man. O master, none I have to weep over me. Take me as I am, and tell me of thy mission. I shall serve you well. All in good time, Chakra, said Bandhudatta. Now, if you are sure and ready, follow me. And so the Guru and the bearer headed towards the palace of King Narendra Deva. On the way, Bandhudatta told Chakra all that he needed to know, nothing more. It was broad daylight when they reached the palace gates. The king was ready at the palace gates and was surprised to see another man trotting behind Bandhudatta. Welcome, Guru, said the king. I have everything ready, but pray tell me who is this young stout man behind you? O king, first let me see what you have prepared, said Bandhudatta, and checked the contents of the kamu. Satisfied that it contained all the puja items he would need and the Vijay Kalasha, he said, Now who will carry this heavy kamu and its contents? The king had been so busy with his preparations and counseling the day before that he had not remembered to select any one of his men in particular as the kamu bearer. He was about to order someone when, at a sign from Bandhudatta, Chakra stepped forward and said, O king, O master, I shall gladly bear the kamu and follow thee wherever I have promised that to the Guru, and shall uphold it right away. The king appreciated the jest and zeal of Chakra and realized why Bandhudatta had brought him along. He accepted Chakra as the bearer of the mission ahead. All prepared, they now traced their steps to Gopucha Parbat to receive blessings from Guru Shantikar Bajracharya before embarking on his momentous journey. Shantikar was all pleased to see all three of them in high spirits and ready for the mission, but was not any less serious. May your mission be accomplished without any hindrance and hassles. May all evil that may hinder your mission be vanquished. By the power of Tantraraj Siddhi, may you be able to bring Lord Karunamaya to Nepal and establish a Chariot Festival of the Lord to continue till eternity. My blessings be with you. After praying obeisance to Shantikar and taking leave his disciple, the omniscient Guru Bandhudatta Bajracharya from Ye, King Narendra Deva from Kwapa as the judgeman, and the stout and strong Ratan Chakra Japu from Yala as the bearer began their journey towards Kamuni in the land of the Yakshas. Chapter 6. Meeting with Serpent King Karkotak. After bidding farewell to Guru Shantikar Bajracharya, the trio with Guru Bandhudat at the head, followed by King Narendra Deva and Ratan Chakra, walked in the direction of the east. myriad patches of fleece-like clouds against a deep blue sky, and the green vegetation surrounded the trails in the woods made for the beautiful scenery and a pleasant walk, and the trio continued in high spirits with Chakra lending voice to a song of his own making. Wherefore my karma of lives past will destine me, I know not. None to shed tears over me do I have any, no, now nor ever. I shall pace my steps thither whither the Lord tugs me on. At your feet, at your service, O Lord, happily I shall lay forever. After every couple of hours' walk, they rested under the trees, looked back whence they came, and looked in front where the trail led. The enormity of the mission weighed heavy in their hearts, but also provided them the zeal and energy to forge ahead. Whenever they came across a small waterfall or a small mountain stream with clear, sparkling water, they would quench their thirst and cool their brows. Wherever the trail was wide enough, the Guru and the king walked side by side, exchanging their experiences and expectations of a lifetime. But at some places, the trail narrowed so much that the Chakra had to crab walk sideways for the baskets of his kamu to pass. On continued the journey beyond surrounding hills till the valley could be seen no more, in front of another taller hill to climb and cross. There were no travelers on the trail. The solitude was absolute, other than the rustles of the wind in the grass. Just then, at a bend on the trail, a man, big, tall, and slender, lay asleep across the trail. The head of the man rested on the steep hillside, while the legs dangled above a deep fall across the path on the other side. The trail was blocked. The one leading at that time, King Narendra, addressed the sleeping man. "You, big man, who are asleep, please wake up and give us way." To no effect. The king raised his voice and repeated his request a couple of times and a couple of times more, but still to no effect. Then his voice turned hoarse. "Hey, big head, who are you? Why are you blocking the path? Don't you know that no one is allowed to block a thoroughfare? Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? We are on a mission of great importance. Wake up and give us way, else we may need to force you out of your way." So saying, he nudged the leg of the man with his feet. The hoarse voice and pitch of the sound and the nudge on the leg finally got to the big man lying on the ground, and in an instant he jumped up from his position and, staring straight into the eyes of the king, said, "You small man, do you know who I am? Who do you think I am? You want to force your way across? Did you say your way? Let me see, how can you force your way across me? I, for one, will not give way. No way." The hiss in the sound was unmistakable. "Big man, I don't know who you are," said Narendra Deva, now a little hollow, "but we are on a mission to bring Lord Karunamaya to Nepal from the land of Kamuni to relieve the sufferings of the people caused by drought and famine. We are on this path for that reason, so give us way." The big man was still fuming. "You forlorn travelers know that this country, Nepal Valley, is my land and all of it belongs to me alone. Where do you intend to put Karunamaya in my land? Have you asked for my permission to bring and put Karunamaya in my land? I won't give way, no way. Go back from whence you came, else you shall all perish." So saying, the big man instantly transformed himself into an enormous serpent by the name of Karkotak. His body covered all of the visible length of the trail with a bulky head on top that blocked out the sky. Protruding fiery eyes shone bright on both sides of the head, and with a prolonged tongue was slithering in and out of his enormous mouth, ready to strike at any moment. The king and the bearer immediately withdrew from that enormity in front of them. Their senses quizzed and their bodies trembled. Guru Bandhudatta, the master of Tantra Rajeshwar, now faced the fiery Karkotak and pacified him. O King of the Serpents, O Karkotak the Great, have mercy on us. Forgive us for our ignorant lay behavior. As a matter of fact, we have come to meet you and ask permission from you for our mission. Please be pacified. Peace, peace. Fortunate we are to behold you in your majestic enormity. Our obeisance to you, how very enormous, how very great you are, unbelievable. We are absolutely informed of your powers to become anyone, any size, anything, anytime. Now that you have shown us your majestic enormity, we would feel ourselves blessed should you take pity on us and just for once show us how very small you can become. The soothing words and voice of Bandhudatta, further sweetened by his mystic powers, effectively pacified and flattered Karkotak, and he began to grow small and smaller and still smaller till he became the size of a human hair. Bandhudatta instantly pounced on the opportunity and, reciting his mantras, took hold of the hair-sized serpent, put him inside a Thamanancha, an ornate small rectangular box, invisibly sealed in tight with his tantric powers, and slit the box in his breast pouch, all in one smooth move, and there the enormous serpent lay inside the small Thamanancha and inside Bandhudatta's breast pouch. With the obstacle cleared, and after wiping their brows, the trio took to the path again, and the king and the bearer, awed by the smart act of their guru. They sensed that this was no ordinary guru, and from within felt reassured that with this guru at the head, their mission would be fulfilled. Once in a while, the imprisoned Karkotak would make an effort to free himself, but at last the Thamanancha, tantrically sealed, would not open at all. He could neither move nor stretch, and without food and air was becoming weaker by the hour. When he could bear no longer, Karkotak pitifully cried out, "O great Guru, I pray forgive me for my ignorance. I fail to recognize you for who you are. I cannot bear any longer inside this box. My strength is failing me. I will forever be at your service and fulfill all your commands. I give you my word, and the 5 elements, earth, sky, water, and fire, air, shall stand witness to my word. Do not torment me. Pray release me." Bandhudatta, now filled with compassion, asked Karkotak to repeat his promise thrice in front of the 5 elements that were summoned there to stand as witness. Then, murmuring his tantric verses, Bandhudatta slowly opened the lid of Thamanancha, the hair size, length, and width of Karkotak slowly puffed up to normal size in human form and bowed to the Guru. "Blessed Guru, you have won me over with your power and wisdom. Now I too shall partake in your mission and help you in whatever way I can to bring Lord Karunamaya to Nepal. Do take me with you." Bandhudatta patted and stroked the head of Karkotak as a master would his pet and said, "I reckon you must be very hungry. Now go feed yourself as much as you need." Karkotak instantly teleported to his palace inside the Tadahana lake, present-day Taudaha, and having fed to his fill, told his queens all that had happened in his absence and his resolve to partake in the mission to bring Lord Karunamaya to Nepal. Then immediately he teleported back to the trio. After his arrival, Bandhudatta filled the Vijay Kalasha with the holy water of Tadahana lake, creating a comfortable place for Karkotak. He then covered the kalasha with flowers and instructed Chakra to arrange the contents of the kamu basket in such a manner that kalasha would always stand straight. Having done so, the trier for now again took to the path on the faithful journey to Kamani. For days they walked over the hills and dales and far away across several streams, rivulets and rivers. In time they reached the banks of the wide and fast-flowing river called Shila Nadi. The water of the Shila Nadi had a power to convert any object into stone as soon as it touched the water. Standing on the banks, the king now lamented, "O Guru, here we stand at the banks of this cursed river, and there is not a single crossing to see anywhere, if there be any at all. What shall become of our mission? Is this the end here and now?" "O king, do not be disheartened. The Lord has guided us to this place, and surely there will be a way across this river." So saying, Bandhudatta removed the flower that covered the kalasha and asked Karkotak to come out. Once out, Bandhudatta said, "O king of the serpents, you must have heard what the king just said. This is your territory. You should know how best we can get across this river. It's your turn to act and show your prowess now." Karkotak looked squarely into the trier and said, "Yes, this is my territory. Worry not. I will have you cross this river." So saying, he began to expand and expand and expand into an enormous length and width. Then, with his tail coiled around a huge rock on the side of the river away from the water, he raised his enormous length high up in the air and sprang head-on to the other bank of the river, virtually forming a bridge over the waters. Afar from the other bank, and the trio heard Karkotak shout, "Step onto me and cross over my body. Do not delay, lest the water level rises with the flood." Hastily but carefully, the Guru, the king, and the bearer stepped onto the body of the Karkotak and crossed over to the other side, all safe and sound. After the trio had crossed safely, Karkotak caused his tail to unwind from the anchor rock on the opposite bank, and anchoring his neck around a huge boulder on this side of the river, flung his body and tail with utmost strength. All of the body and tail flew across the river, but unfortunately the tip end of his tail dipped into the shallow water at the shore, turned into stone, and dropped off into the river. Seeing his tail tip blunted, Karkotak prayed to the Lord to cause the tail tips of all serpents to be blunted as an identity symbol, and blunted they became. So, if you ever chance to see a serpent with a blunt tail, know that to be one among the king's serpents that will bring good fortune in its wake. Having overcome the ordeal of Shila Nadi, the trio, for now, again took to the path on the fateful journey to Kamani. Chapter 7. In the land of the Yakshas, the first move. For days they walked over the hills and dales and far away, crossed several streams, rivulets and rivers. Presently they reached Kamarupi Pita at the border of Kamani, Kamarupa Kamakya in the land of the Yakshas. There they bivouacked for the night and conversed as to how they might proceed ahead. "Now that we have reached the land of the Yakshas," said the king, "how and with what means shall we enter the palace, and how can we convince the Yakshas of our purpose and mission?" "Do not worry, O king," said the Guru. "I have thought about it. I will feed and distract the carnivorous yakshas with food and drinks aplenty and contain and control them. All living beings are addicted to food and drinks. I will create thousands of animals to feed them. Early next morning, when they were ready to embark further into the land of the Yakshas, Guru Bandhudatta took out one black soya bean from among his puja items and with eyes closed rubbed it within his palms, chanting his mantra all the while. Then he threw the cereal on the ground with some force. Instantly 1,000 goats sprang into life. Again Guru Bandhudatta took out a puffed grain and rubbed it within his palm, threw it on the ground. Instantly 1,000 sheep sprang to life. Next he took a grain of black gram and rubbed it within his palms and threw it in through the ground. Instantly 1,000 buffaloes sprang to life. The land in and around Kamarupa Pitha was now surrounded by these 3,000 meaty animals ready for sacrifice. Having created as much, Bandhudatta then said to the Karkotak, "Now, Serpent King, teleport to the king of the Yakshas, Shahi." Once there, enter his intestines and cause him to suffer pain in his stomach and bowels till he can bear no more. Karkotak instantly teleported to the palace of Yakshas, King Shashi, and infested the water he drank, entered his intestines and started to cause pain and loose bowels. King Shashi, hale and hearty moments ago, began to twist and turn with an unbearable pain in his stomach. The pain drained him of his voice, paled his face dark, caused him to sweat all over, and he fainted time and again. His body went limp and cool as if he was going to die that very instant. The queen and courtiers were alarmed and immediately assembled the royal physicians and health healers of different disciples. First, the physicians, following the principles of Pancharaksha, also known as Deva Chikitsa, blew Tantra mantra into a cupped palm full of water and had the king drink it and sprinkled it all over his body. They awaited its effect to no effect. Then, following the principles of Nag Chikitsa, healing by serpent power, the physicians of the discipline did puja at all the water sources, hanging beaded cotton threads at the stone spouts, wells, rivers, waterholes, ponds, and temples, to no effect. Then, following the principles of Asuri Chikitsa, the physicians of the discipline looked and examined his blood and stool and dipped needles into different body points and bled him from different nerves to flush out the bad contents in this blood, to no effect. Instantly, the pain persisted ever more painfully. Then again, following the principles of Muni Chikitsa, the physicians of the discipline administered different types of herbs and their extracts in different combinations orally and massaged each and every body part with exotic medicinal oils, to no effect. Then again, following the principles of Bhut Chikitsa, the mystics of the discipline offered beaten rice, fermented rice paste, garlic, pieces of lung and clotted blood, milk and curd in bowls, and had them placed at the main entrances, crossroads, charnel grounds, and rivers to pacify the Bhut spirits, to no effect. Then again, following the principles of Preta Chikitsa, the mystics of the discipline offered the same contents as for the Bhut spirits to the Pretas and the dead at the charnel grounds and river tributaries, and to the crows and dogs, to no effect. Then again, following the principles of Rakshas Chikitsa, The mystics of the discipline placed cooked rice, egg, fish, meat, blood, curd, and water in earthen bowls and placed them at the rooftops, crossroads, and charnel grounds, but to no effect. Then again, following the principles of Dakini Chikitsa, the mystics of the discipline lit heaps of coal in a number of earthen pots and put different herbs, vegetation, and animal extracts on top, causing thick smoke of different odors and aromas to bellow from the fire, and fanned them all over the room and palaces to appease the good Dakinis and chase away the harmful ones, to no effect. Then again, following the principles of Jyotishi Chikitsa, astrological healing, astrologers of the discipline offered immaculate puja to the 9 planets that their harmful effects may be pacified, and to the family gods and to the ancestors, and feed Kumaris, virgin girl children, to their satisfaction, but to no effect. On the contrary, the stomach pain and loose bowels kept increasing, and the king kept twisting and turning and fainting now and then. The Yaksha queen Maya, with all courtiers, circled at the bed of the king, and not knowing what had befallen him, doubted the chances of the king remaining alive. They all sat around the king, expressed their solace, cried and lamented, but could do nothing to heal the king of his misery. Bandhudatta, Narendra Deva, and Ratan Chakra now made their move towards the palace of the Yaksha king, shepherding 3,000 animals along with them. When they reached the palace gates, the guards stopped them. Bandhudatta said, "Ye guards, we are nomadic physicians on the move. Having heard that your king is bedridden and in pain, we have come here to see him and treat him if he so desires. And these 3,000 animals are a gift we wish to give him. Go, give him our message." The guards hastened to where the king lay surrounded by his council and courtiers, and narrated the presence of 3 human beings with 3,000 animals and their purpose of the visit. Hearing this, the king hastily said, "Ye guards, bring in those nomadic human physicians. No one here is able to cure me. I have a feeling that they just might be able to cure me. Now make haste and bring them to me." On being ushered to the presence of the king, Bandhudatta said, "O great king of the Yakshas, we are nomadic physicians on the move from a distant land called Nepal. We heard of your illness and have made our way here. If you think fit, allow us to treat you. I think we should be able to cure you of your illness and suffering." "Ye physicians from far," said the Yaksha king in a feeble tone, "our physicians of different disciplines have done all in their knowledge and power to heal me of my suffering, but have failed to do so. I have never felt any pain like I do now. Perhaps my days are numbered and I shall pass away. For a patient, a physician is like an angel sent from heaven. I shall gladly allow you to treat me with your method of treatment if you think you can heal me good." "Let me take a good look," said Bandhudatta, and placing the king on a cushioned bed on the floor, he held the king's hand with his fingers and felt the pulse and nerve beats. He then checked the brow, eyes, throat, tongue, nails, and abdomen of the king and said, "O king, take heart. Your days are not numbered. I have reason to believe that I can cure you of your ailment and restore your health within the next 4 days or so. If so, do proceed without delay, benevolent physicians," said the king. Bandhudatta then followed the discipline of Nag, Deva, and Muni Chikitsa. He offered puja to the serpents with beaded cotton garlands placed at water sources and rivers. He blew mantras on holy waters and gave them to the king to drink and sprinkled some over his head and abdomen. Then he asked Narendra Deva to mix different herbs in appropriate quantities and Ratan Chakra to boil them till they attained the right color and thickness. Bandhudatta then had the ailing king drink his herbal mixture 3 times a day. Bandhudatta continued his treatment routine for 4 days, at the end of which he asked Karkotak to relieve the king of his illness. On the 5th day, the Yaksha king was back to his normal self. Bandhudatta had him fed with blood and meat of animals he had created. The king ate and drank to his fill and very soon gained full strength and power. The abundance of meat and blood of the 3,000 animals were so treated to the Yaksha queens, courtiers, guards, and populace for several days. All the Yakshas were pleased, happy, and not a little befumed. With the queer-looking 3 human nomadic physicians who had not only restored the full health to their king, but also fed them meat and blood in abundance. When all was well, and the king was in a cheerful mood, Bandhudatta asked the king, "O great King Sashi of the Yakshas, do you still feel pain in your stomach or weak in your limbs and nerves? Need I do anything else for your betterment?" The king, in full health and happy, grinned with pleasure, showing all of his glistening teeth and tusks, and said, "Nomadic physician, you have with your knowledge and wisdom brought me back from the brink of death. I am very pleased with your effort and service you have put in to bring me back to health. I am at a loss as to what I may give you in return as a reward for your services and care. Ask what you need from me. With the 5 elements as witness, I give you my word that I will give you any and all that belongs to me and anything within my power." The fake physicians put their heads together and decided that the time has now come to give their true identities and ask for their reward. So Bandhudatta, with his palms joined together, said to the king, "O great King Sashi, we shall now reveal our true identities to thee. I am Bandhudatta, a mystic guru from Ye of Nepal Mandala. Here next to me is, like thee, a king to his people, King Narendra Deva of Kwapa, and this strong, brave bearer is Ratan Chakra from Yela. O King of the Yakshas, we need no riches from you, or anything else for that matter. All of that we have aplenty. However, our country is in the grip of a 12-year-long drought, and without rainfall and water, our people are suffering untold miseries. We are here to beg you the finest of your 500 children that we may take him to our land. His presence will cause rainfall and an abundance of water and relieve our people of their suffering and misery. In all your grace, please grant us this child of yours and live up to the word that you have just now promised us. We need nothing else." As Bandhudatta spoke, King Shashi's grin had already waned into a tight-lipped silence. "O Lord, how foolish have I been to give my word to these mystic humans. Indeed, I have been tricked. How can I give my beloved youngest one to these humans? In the most pensive of moods, the king said, "O physicians from afar, be aware that with the birth of my 500th child, all positive influences have ensued in our land, and a culture of coexistence, brotherhood, devotion, peace, and harmony has evolved where once there was only intolerance, strife, and violence among ourselves. Fertility, rainfall, and abundance of water enabled our populace to reap in the daytime what they sowed in the morning. How can I part with this son whose mere presence has brought such a sea of changes to our land and people? If need be, take one or even two of my other sons and any quantities of riches you desire, but this one son I cannot give you." Bandhudatta was adamant and held the king to his word. "O King Sashi, what shall we do with any of your other kings? What use to us your riches? We need this youngest child of yours. You have given your word, and in your honor fulfill it. This is your dharma. Do not depress us and make us feel dejected. We need nothing else." O humankind, the tone of the King Sashi now changed to a rumble. "You are knowledgeable and wise, but also very sly and cunning in your dealings. I gave my word to give you what belongs to me and what is within my power. I did not give my word to give you what does not belong to me. The scriptures are clear as to which of the parents has precedence over the youngest child, to the mother, of course. By the grace of this child, our land and people have so prospered. He belongs to them. If you can plead and please his mother and the people, take him with you, else I cannot give him to you as if he belongs to me alone. Now I shall call my queen and assemble my council and people, that you may plead for what you need." When all were assembled, the king narrated all that was to narrate, his voice at once hoarse and loud, mixed in sadness and anger. Queen Maya, now already clenching her teeth tight and fuming from the nostrils, declared in a piercing voice, "You unworthy humans, how dare you? How very deceptive you are! Now I have all the reasons to believe that you were the ones who caused the almost fatal ailment to the king in the first place. No, you shall not lay hands on my dear child. Go your way, else you are food for us." Hearing their queen roar thus, the courtiers and the rest of the yakshas assembled there also roared in unison. "Dare not, you humankind! You have deceived us with your fake identities and fake food. We shall not give you our beloved prince. Do not force us, else you shall not return alive. Now go your way while our patience holds." Bandhudatta, King Narendra Deva, and Ratan Chakra now felt threatened to the core, and while the melee ensued among the yakshas, they silently made their way out of the assembly, and once out, ran for their lives till they reached the place where they had first bivouacked. The second move. When he had regained his breath, Chakra, with a sigh, exclaimed, "Great Guru, our first attempt has failed miserably. Had any of those demons ventured to touch one of us, all the body parts of us three would now be inside hundreds of stomachs. Now that they know us for what we are, how may we go there again? Are we to turn our back on our mission? Oh Lord, what now? No, it wouldn't be that easy for them to feed on us, said Bandhudatta calmly. And turning to the king, he said, one way or the other, we must and we will succeed. Now I will put my second move in motion from here without having to go there. I shall now create the Jagat Mohini suit that will attract all and any to a place of my choosing. So saying, Guru Bandhudatta Vajracharya, with the help of the king and bearer, prepared and placed all the puja items, including the golden Vijay Kalash, on the ground at a quiet and peaceful place, asking the king and bearer to keep away any disturbances from the place and not to disturb him. The Guru sat cross-legged on a grass mat, invoked the 10 Dikpals, and set himself into the Samadhi Yoga, whence with the power and strength of his 8 siddhis and the grace of Yogeshwari Yogambar, the Guru created Jagat Mohini suit. Hours after having first sat down, the Guru finally opened his eyes and signaled that this part of his endeavor had succeeded. Thereafter, Bandhudatta called upon Karkotak and handing over the Salicha containing the Jagat Mohini suit, said, Go now, King of the Serpents, and smear a little of this Jagat Mohini suit on the forehead and body of Loknath, the youngest son of Yaksha Queen Maya. Guru Bandhudatta then returned to his puja and prepared a kisli imbued with tantric powers. He then performed puja on the Vijay Kalash and also imbued it with tantric powers. Thereafter he gave the kisli to the king and sitting him beside the Kalash said, I shall now sit in meditation and induce Lord Loknath to come hither and enter the Kalash in whatever form the Lord may choose to come. When any live being or insect enters the Kalash, instantly place the kisli on top and block it from going out. So saying, the Guru once again sat cross-legged on the grass mat and closed his eyes. The king, wide-eyed and jaws agape, stared at the Guru and marveled at his knowledge, wisdom and power. Karkotak teleported in no time to the palace and posing himself as one of the 500 brothers, went to where child Loknath was playing and playfully smeared a little portion of the Jagat Mohini suit onto his body. Having done so, he teleported back in haste. Soon the spell of the Jagat Mohini began to take effect on the child Loknath, and he began to feel an invisible but irresistible pull towards where Bandhudatta and the king awaited his arrival. He wandered along to where his parents were seated and said, Dear parents, I beg your forgiveness, but I wish to go to Nepal Mandala. I need to go there. I must go there. Allow me to go there, he kept repeating. Hearing their dearest son speak so, the king sent for the astrologer and physicians and asked them of Loknath's restlessness. O great king and queen, said the astrologer, a potent spell has been cast on this child and his mind is now affected. Nothing and nobody can undo the spell now. He will not rest till he gets to go to Nepal Mandala. So take extreme care that he does not go out of the palace gates. So saying, the astrologer took leave and left. The king and queen felt numb at heart. Oh, what evil eyes have befallen our child, they lamented. They called the guards and ordered them to close all the gates of the palace and let no one in or out after sunset till sunrise the next day. They then took Loknath, now dazed, to his room and put him in sleep. Not knowing what might happen, Queen Maya spread her hair across the door of the room and slept there lest Loknath woke up and tried to escape. He would not dare cross over the body of his mother, no way. The persistent spell soon woke up Loknath, and he went straight to the door. There he saw his mother fast asleep, lying just next to the doorway, with her feet touching one end of the passage wall and her hair spread up to the opposite wall. Loknath dare not step over any part of his mother. It would be a sinful act to do so. So without making any noise, Loknath bent down to the floor and painstakingly removed his mother's hair one by one and placed it to one side. As soon as he had cleared a passage to squeeze through, he discarded his earthly body and, transforming himself into a bumblebee, flew past the palace walls and straight towards the Vijaya Kalash, and after circling around the Kalash 3 times, entered it. The king instantly covered the mouth of the Kalash with the kisli and entrapped Lord Loknath inside the Vijaya Kalash. At the Yaksha palace, Queen Maya woke up much earlier than usual and was jolted to see the lifeless body of her dearest son. Her screams and wails brought all within hearing distance to their feet, and running to the palace, where she lay wailing and weeping over her son's body. King Sashi immediately sent for the astrologer, who upon arrival and asked him after taking in the situation, said, "O Lord, our prince has transformed himself into a bumblebee and headed towards Nepal Mandala, but he has not fully crossed our borders. He is now entrapped inside a kalash. Make haste, and with our strength we may yet retrieve him, but leave his body as it is." Immediately King Sashi and a full army of Yakshas took to the skies, and with the speed of the wind reached Kamarupi Pita, where the human trio were packing their belongings and preparing to leave. Suddenly the early lights of daybreak had broken, but was blocked by the swarms of Yakshas, and just when Bandhudatta looked up to observe what the commotion was all about, King Sashi in a flash stooped from behind and cuddled the Vijay Kalash to his chest, disappeared among the swarm of flying Yakshas. One after another, the Yakshas stooped on to the human trio, but before any harm could be done, Bandhudatta took out some millets, broom corns, different seeds, cereals and ashes from his puja item and threw them at the army, creating an invisible shield and blinding and blocking them with his tantric powers. The Yakshas kept bellowing, shrieking, screaming and screeching while attempting to break through the invisible shield that was unable to do so. After what seemed ages, finally the last of them flew away. Back at the Yaksha palace, the astrologer took hold of the bumblebee and rubbed it onto the chest of Loknath, and just as the bumblebee vanished, child Loknath opened his eyes as if awakening from a deep slumber. The king and queen and all the Yakshas were overjoyed to have Loknath back with them. The human trio collected what was left of their scattered belongings and puja items. We tried as best we could, and had in fact succeeded to bring Loknath into our fold, but alas, we did not foresee that the Yakshas could attack us this soon and from the air. Once again we are beaten, but no, not yet defeated, said Bandhudatta defiantly. I shall devise yet another strategy to bring Lord Loknath to Nepal. The third move. While the Guru was contemplating how to go about it, King Narendradeva proposed, "O great Guru, they have now taken our golden Vijay Kalash with them and tried to intentionally harm us. That for me is an act of violence, assault. We should not lie low anymore. I am a king. Death for me is dearer than defeat. Allow me to go back to Nepal and bring as many infantry, cavalry, archers, and chariots as I can muster and vanquish these yakshas. I don't see what we can do now other than achieve our aim with force." "Well said, O brave king," said Bandhudatta. "But a battlefield is a battlefield. A lot of lives will be lost on both sides. All the wives of the dead will be widowed, their children orphaned. The long-term social harm is enormous. Besides, there is the broad Shali Nadi to cross. It won't be any fun for Karkotak to march an army over his back, even if he may be able to bear that. And on top of that, our great Guru, Guru Shantikar, has commanded us not to use violence and bloodshed. Let me contemplate and advise another strategy. We can still pull this off, and with the help of tantric powers, if nothing comes to naught, then only as a last resort we may use force with minimal loss of life." After a while of deep contemplation, Guru Bandhudatta asked King Narendradeva and Ratan Chakra to prepare all puja items required for performing the Shamshan Yoga. "Keep away all disturbances and do not disturb me," said the Guru. "I shall now sit for the Shamshan Yoga. You may witness lightning and thunder. Do not panic. Whatever emerges, kneel and pray to them. They will help us to bring Loknath to Nepal." So saying, the Guru once again sat cross-legged on a grass mat and closed his eyes. The king and bearer looked at one another and marveled at the knowledge, wisdom, and power of their Guru. Hours passed. The king and the bearer were half asleep when a building bolt of lightning and ground-shaking thunder jolted them awake, and amidst a burst of red cloud they saw a fierce and enormous entity, the Vyagriv Bhairava. Another bolt of lightning and thunder sent a burst of blue cloud, and another fierce and enormous entity emerged, the Harisiddhi Bhairava. The third bolt of lightning and thunder sent a burst of golden cloud, and another fierce and enormous entity emerged, the Nanda Kunda Bhairav. The fourth and the last bolt of lightning and thunder sent a burst of black cloud, and another fierce and enormous entity emerged, the Lupta Samhar Bhairava. The four 3-story tall Bhairavas in full battle attire and arms were a sight to behold, awesome, fearful, and terrible to those with filthy and dirty minds, but at the same time harmonious and beautiful to those with clean and peaceful hearts. Guru Bandhudatta knelt before the awesome figures and said, "Thou bravest and strongest, drought and famine have caused untold sufferings to the people of our land Nepal, and we are here in the land of the Yakshas to take Lord Loknath Karunamaya and the youngest of the 500 sons of Yaksha King Sashi and Queen Maya, whose presence alone can cause rainfall and abundance of water in our land and relieve our people of their sufferings and misery." Bandhudatta then narrated all that had happened at the palace of the Yakshas and how they had to flee for their lives. Then he told them how the Vijay Kalash with Loknath inside was snatched away from them, and how the Yakshas had attempted to kill and eat them. So now, Lord of strength and power, I have invoked your presence that we may convince, coerce, or, if needed be, conquer the Yakshas and bring Lord Loknath Karunamaya to Nepal. Great Guru, you and your men have embarked on a journey to relieve the pain, suffering, and misery of the devout people of Nepal. Blessed be thou. So saying, the Vairavas blessed Guru Bandudatta with their own tantric powers. At your behest and with the grace of Lord Avalokitesvara, we shall gladly support you in your endeavor. Thy wish shall be fulfilled. So saying, the four Bhairavas stretched themselves and performed their own set of mudras, and with a flow of rhythmic movements that appeared no less like a dance to King Narendra Dev and the bearer Ratan Chakra. Guru Bandudatta Bajracharya, now a commandant and at the head of an invincible force comprising the four Vairavas, Serpent King Karkotak, King Narendra Dev, and bearer Ratan Chakra, hastened to the palace of King Sashi and reached there when the king, queen, council, and courtiers were assembled and contemplating how to put an end to this issue with the humans from Nepal. The sudden appearance of Bandudatta with his awesome, fearsome entourage included a cool and numbing fear among the Yakshas, and they held their breath in silence. Bandudatta broke the silence in a voice that echoed around the hall. Yaksha King Sashi, here we face one another yet again, and I shall once again remind you of your pain and suffering and the service and care we rendered to cure you. In your own words, Lord Loknath simply, with his presence, has already bestowed all positive influences in your land and evolved a culture of coexistence, brotherhood, devotion, peace, and harmony where once there was only intolerance, strife, and violence among yourselves. Fertility, rainfall, and abundance of water have enabled your people to reap in the daytime what they sowed in the morning. Look, we intend no harm to anyone but seek to relieve a whole country, Nepal, and all the people and living entities in that country of their sufferings and misery. Now, I shall again remind you of the word you gave us with the 5 elements as witness. O King, grace be to thee. Honor thy word. Live by your dharma. Give us your youngest child. We give you our word. He shall come to no harm. All his wishes shall be fulfilled, and he shall suffer no want. He shall be established in our land as the Lord of compassion and reliever of all suffering. And after a pause, now, what say thou? King Sashi took in the situation before him. The 4 3-storied Bhairavas and the enormous Serpent King Karkotak overshadowed his assembly hall. He couldn't quite figure out what to do. Commotion and melee ensued within the assembly hall. Taking advantage of the noise and commotion, King Sashi signaled to his queen and courtiers to hide Loknath within a mystic veil that would make him invisible. But nothing escaped Bandudatta's keen observation. Sensing what was afoot, he said to the Bhairavas, O invincibles, this king intends not to keep his word and wants to send us back empty-handed by hiding Loknath behind an invisible veil. But we shall not return without Loknath. I have tried to convince him. Now let us coerce him, and if it comes to naught, prepare a battle and conquest. The 4 Bhairavas and Karkotak then expanded themselves into their most fearsome forms. Their bodies sent out sweltering heat waves among the assembled. The four Bhairavas hurled themselves up in the air and stabbed the ground on the way down. The force of their landing loosened the bricks from the ceiling and walls of the assembly hall and came crashing down. Their battle cry sent chills and out of the palace walls. Yagriv, the red Bhairava, then roared, "O king of the Yakshas, a promise is made to be kept, a word is given to be upheld, not to play sly with us. If you refuse to keep your word and seek to test your strength, we will instantly destroy all of your army, no matter how many million strong. Once our anger is aroused and we are committed to battle, it will not pacify till a single Yaksha remains in your land. Be assured, we will not depart without Loknath. You have very little time. Gift us Loknath, else." Another resounding roar from the Bhairavas settled the issue. King Sashi, clutching Loknath, knelt before Bandhudatta, King Narendra Dev and Bhairavas and Karkotak and said, "O great gods, if you take away Loknath from the land of the Yakshas, we will suffer like before. Our abundance will wane, our culture will degrade, and for that reason alone, we would not like to part with Loknath. However, if you insist to take him with you, have mercy on us and take us all to the land of Nepal Mandala." What do you mean?" said Bandhudatta. "How can I allow Yakshas in the land of humans? Humans are food for Yakshas. Even if they are wife and husband, a Yaksha will end up eating the other. No way, I will not take you with us. It's no use talking blabber. Will you live up to your word or will you not?" King Sashi then turned to Loknath and said, "Dear son, had it been within our power, we would never have let you go. But now I am threatened and bound to live up to my word. So, to uphold my promise as well as to fulfill the wishes of these aliens, I will let you go to their land. But after there is rainfall and abundance of water there, make haste and come back to us, my child." Queen Maya hugged her child and, with tears flowing, said, "How shall I let you far from me, dear child? But look at our compelling situation. None of us can face any one of these fearsome Bhairavas. Besides, your father must live up to his word. Truly unfortunate I am. Fate has so ordained that we part company now. But dear child, remember me, remember your mother, and come back to me as soon as you are done with your work." Then, falling on his knees, child Loknath said, "Dear parents, lament not. None of the positive influences that have been bestowed on our land will diminish my absence. The land of the Yakshas will continue to thrive in abundance. Be proud and take heart that your son is going to lands unknown to relieve the people and all living entities there of their suffering and misery. Be proud and take heart that the likes of Guru Bandhudatta and the four Bhairavas, the Serpent King Karkotak and the benevolent King Narendra Dev and their bearer Ratan Chakra have come to our land to take me with them. Worry not, nothing untoward will befall me. In good time I shall do that I need to do. Now grant me leave and bid me farewell." King Sashi then said, "O great Guru, O Lord of power, accept my obeisance to your knowledge, wisdom, and power. My son has expressed his will to go to Nepal, and I shall now entrust you with his well-being and safety. But after his mission is complete, I pray, do send him back. Here, take these seeds of the Tashima tree and sow them on the way as you go, that in time my son may find his way back to us." So saying, King Sashi handed over Loknath to Guru Bandhudatta Vajracharya together with a large pouch full of seeds of Tashima tree. Chapter 8. The Journey Back to Nepal. O King Sashi, now you speak like a man committed to your words to Dharma, said Bandhudatta. Rest assured, we will take all care of Loknath. In the years to come, we will do whatever has to be done. The journey is long and the path is difficult, so make ready a palanquin with cushions made of the softest cotton and arranged most comfortably together with quilts and covers. Now bring me the Vijay Kalash, which is in your possession. Your seeds will be sown. The golden Vijay Kalash was brought and handed over to Bandhudatta and then to Ratan Chakra, who stowed it away safely in one of his kamu baskets. Then an exquisite palanquin shining with ornate carvings was brought with 2 golden poles on each side of the palanquin. The palanquin had magical veil that was opaque from the outside but transparent from the inside. Bandhudatta escorted Loknath to the palanquin and asked the 4 Bhairavas to man the 4 ends of the 2 poles. The Bhairavas, King Narendra Deva, Karkotak, and the bearer Ratan Chakra bowed to the Lord Loknath before the Lord entered the palanquin. Guru Bandhudatta, the king, and the bearer were elated and joyful from within, but did not bring their emotions to their faces. The Bhairavas lifted the palanquin like a feather and marched behind the trio with Karkotak guarding the rear, followed by King Sashi, his courtiers and subjects, with the expressed intention of bidding farewell to Loknath at the border of their land. Meanwhile, Bandhudatta had half of the seeds of the Tashima tree placed in a separate pouch and nullified their growth potential with his mantras and sowed them along the path of the journey for everyone to see. The procession was greeted with showers of flowers, colorful vermilion, pleasing euphony, and sweet aromatic sprinkles of the gods, goddesses, and apsaras of the heavens, denizens of the Naga Loka, Gandharva Loka, Kinnar Loka, Put Loka, and Preta Loka. For the masters of all lokas, Lord Loknath Karunamaya was on the move on the shoulders of the 4 Bhairavas. Upon reaching the borders of Kamani, King Sashi and his courtiers took leave and turned back, but some hid themselves in the dense vegetation and among the rooftops with the intent of following Loknath all the way to Nepal Mandala. Guru Bandhudatta realized the intention of those yakshas and at the border sprinkled his mantra-drenched cereals to create an impenetrable shield and confuse the followers. The yakshas were all dazed and confused and could see no more where the palanquin was being taken. After some vain attempts, they too made their way back to Kamani. Then on this side of the border, with clear skies and amidst beautiful landscape, the trio with the palanquin and the Bhairavas made way to the land of Chatan. Bandhudatta took out the pouch with the potent seeds of the Tashima tree and planted them along the way till they reached a place by the name of Koduwal, where the last seeds from the pouch were sown. For this reason, to date, there are many forests of Tashima trees between Koduwal and Chatan, and almost none beyond. At a pleasant meadow in Kodawal, the trio with the Bhairavas and Karkotaks sat down to rest, placing the palanquin on a river bank. After quenching their thirst and resting for a while, the party chose to pick their way again. But to their amazement, the palanquin, which the Bhairavas had carried like a feather, would not budge from the ground as they tried with might their Bhairava strength. Something was devilishly wrong. Guru Bandhudatta immediately used his mystic vision to look deeper into the phenomena, and there he saw it crystal clear. Yaksha King Shashi, making use of the powers of the Nashtachayan mantra, had flown in with 300 of the strongest and stoutest yakshas to add weight to the palanquin and cause the weight of the 4 mountains to be added on top. No wonder even the 4 Bhairavas could not lift the palanquin. After praising the hopeless situation of chasing away the shadowless demons by fighting a battle amidst the populace of Kodawal, Guru Bandhudatta said to King Narendra Dev, "O King, we have reached the borders of Nepal Mandal, but once again King Sashi has heaped 300 yakshas on the palanquin and caused the weight of 4 mountains to be added onto it, with the intention of stopping us in our endeavor and with the hope of taking back Loknath with them. I can see them with my mystic vision. No one else can. For this reason, the Bhairavas have difficulty lifting the palanquin. Now, instead of fighting it out and causing bloodshed, I will sit for a samadhi like I did before and cause Loknath to fly out of the palanquin in the form of a bumblebee and enter the Vijay Kalash. While in the state of samadhi, I cannot make any sound, so hold the tantric kisli and stay alert. As soon as the bumblebee enters the Kalash, place the kisli on top and seal the way out. The yakshas may take back the palanquin believing that Loknath is still inside. We can then return with just the Vijay Kalash to carry." So saying, Guru Bandhudatta looked for and found a secluded spot inside a nearby cave and entered it with the king, leaving the rest of the party to guard the entrance and keep watch over the palanquin. There, like before, after preparing and placing all the necessary puja items, including the Vijay Kalash in front of him, he sat cross-legged on the grass mat and began his tantric puja. At a point during his puja, he placed the kisli in the hands of the king and again melted into samadhi yoga. Inside the cave, with just oil lamps burning, there was no means to keep time. The Guru, with eyes shut, was silent and nothing disturbed the peace. King Narendra Deva, tired from the journey, the loneliness and monotony inside the cave, dozed on and off without any sense of time. Then came a buzzing sound. A big bumblebee flew in and went straight for the Kalash, and after flying 3 rounds around the Kalash, entered it. The buzzing stopped. Guru Bandhudatta was just emerging out of his trance when the buzzing sound reverberated again. The Guru opened his eyes to see just the tail end of the bumblebee disappearing out of the cave entrance. He turned to look at the king, who was fast asleep with his head against the cave wall. "Oh Lord," thought Guru, "one lost opportunity. I must do this again." So he slowly closed his eyes and once again deepened into samadhi. After quite some time had elapsed, the buzzing sound made its way inside the cave once again, and after flying 3 rounds, the bumblebee entered the Kalash. The buzzing stopped. This time around, the Guru took a little longer to come out of his trance, and like before, the buzzing sound reverberated again, and by the time he got to open his eyes and look up, he could just make the shape of the bumblebee flying out of the cave. The king's position had changed slightly, but his head rested on the wall with eyes still closed. "Oh Lord, not again," said the Guru to himself. "I must now caution the king." Guru Bandhudatta Bajracharya came out of his samadhi, woke the king and chided, "O king, where art thou? The Lord in the form of a bumblebee has entered the Kalash twice, and both times you have lain asleep. What carelessness is this? Neither before nor after. Why need you go to sleep at the very nick of time? I told you, even warned you, to stay alert at all times. All our tiring efforts throughout have come to naught because you could not remain awake for those few seconds. I cannot stand up or speak till the bumblebee is secured inside the Kalash. Now do listen carefully. I will try to please the Lord to come for a third time, but there will be no fourth time. Those yakshas waiting in to take back the Lord with them are getting impatient. So for heaven's sake, keep awake this time around. Do not let this slip again. There will be no way thereafter." King Narendra Deva was taken unawares. "O Lord, how could I be so careless?" he said to himself. "Woe be to me! I have let down the venerable Guru twice without an inkling of what took place. I must stay awake now." Openly he said, "Mercy, Guru, it never was my intention otherwise, but I have utterly failed because of this physical compulsion. I promise to remain alert this time around. Please carry on with your samadhi. I will stay alert." Giving a hopeful glance at the king, Guru Bandhudatta closed his eyes once again and went through the layers of the samadhi. That took time, much longer than before. The king, in his turn, shook his head and kept alert. He rubbed his eyes once in a while and kept them open, but for how long? His yawnings became more and more frequent, and slowly but surely his eyelids began to shut down. Time passed, and then from afar a faint buzzing sound could be heard. The sound became closer and closer, and within the walls of the cave. It then went towards the Kalasha, and for the third time it went around the Kalash 3 times and entered it. There was no sound, nothing of the kisli being placed on top of the Kalash, nor any sound of the movement of the king beside. The Guru could not speak, so he could not call Ratan Chakra, or even if he could, Ratan Chakra, not having been anointed with the Dekha, was ineligible to perform this tantric task. Time was slipping fast. The Guru's heartbeat increased. He could not take chances this time around, so with his elbow he nudged the king sitting beside him with some force. The king immediately sprang to life, and just when the bumblebee was about to come out of the Kalash, hastily put the kisli on top and trapping it inside. Guru Bandhudatta was overjoyed, and so was King Narendra Deva. But just when the Guru elbowed the king to jolt him awake, the force of it and rather harsh sermon he had received from the Guru about his carelessness during the previous 2 attempts fired a spark of ego in the king, and in a flash burned a thought in his mind. This small-statured Guru, just because he's been able to master some tantras and mantras has indeed gone a little above his head to elbow me, the king of a country, as if I am someone in his service. Had he done that at other times, I would have had him chopped. That flash of thought reflected back to the mind of the omniscient Guru. That wish of yours shall also be fulfilled, thought the Guru. But here and now, there were a few more things to be settled first. Bandhudatta then sealed the Vijay Kalash with his tantric powers, and after concluding the remaining steps of the puja, offered tika and prasad to the king and blessed him with a smile. Then he summoned the 4 Vairavas and had them carry the Vijay Kalash with Loknath inside. At an opportune moment, unseen, slipped out of the cave and made their way to Nepal. From Koduwal, the entourage hastened non-stop, entered the borders of Nepal Mandala, and after crossing the Bagmati river, stepped into the land of Bungamati. There, safe but tired, Bandhudatta chose a holy and pleasant place to rest themselves and the Kalash. Having put down the Kalash there and having fulfilled their charge, the 4 Vairavas paid obeisance to Lord Loknath Karunamaya inside the Kalash and took leave. Bandhudatta, the king, the bearer, and Karkotak all thanked them heartily. Blessed be thou, said Bandhudatta. Whoever is under your protection shall never fear anyone or anything ever. Then with the same flash of lightning and thunder whence they came, the 4 Vairavas diffused into the void. With the coming of Loknath to Bungamati, gods, goddesses, and deities from Amarapur of the heavens all descended down to Bungamati, paid obeisance to the Lord, made puja and offerings, and rested there in the holy ambience. Hence Bungamati to date is also known as Amarapur. The Kanfata yogi Gorakhnath, through his mystic vision, saw the gods and goddesses descending from Amarapur and their purpose. Lord Karunamaya Loknath, his mentor and guru, had reached Nepal Mandala and was being rested at Bungamati. Ho, 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 his joys laughed out. Without fussing around, he sprang up from his seated position and made straight for Bungamati in all haste. Reaching there, he made yogic puja to the Lord and paid obeisance, and having satisfied himself in the presence of the Lord, made way to the far-off mountains from where he had come. Once the Kanfata yogi Gorakhnath left his seat, the 9 holy serpents were relieved from bondage and were immediately took to the skies and entered the great cloud formation called Meghamala. From there they paid obeisance to Lord Karunamaya Loknath, and with their powers caused the clouds to burst open into droplets of rain that came pouring down to soak and drench the land that had undergone many years of drought and famine. People looked up the heavens above and were overjoyed to see the droplets of water come falling down. It rained and rained incessantly till the dust was settled and the fields were drenched. People came in droves to feel the rain on their bodies and faces. The joy was spontaneous and contagious, and soon all the streets and open spaces were filled with people playing their musical instruments and dancing to the tunes being played. Here comes the rain again, like pearls hurled from the heavens above. All our thirsts are stilled and quenched, all our sufferings and miseries drained. Here comes Loknath Karunamaya to cleanse us all and fill our granaries full. When there was a lull in the downpour, the Vijay Kalash was now placed in one of the baskets of the Kamu borne by Ratan Chakra, and the trio, with Karkotak now led by a procession of overjoyed people dancing and playing their musical instruments, continued their journey towards Yala. And presently they reached a place called Gwakonja. Yaksha King Sashi, still unable to let go of his son, now in his invisible form, was waiting there for an opportune moment to pirate and snatch the Vijay Kalash. However, Guru Bandhudat's mystic vision caught him unawares, and the Guru immediately tied him up with his tantric powers and imprisoned him then and there, where to this day he remains. The procession then reached a place called Iwalakya. There the Yaksha queen Maya, like her husband, was hiding in a tree for an opportune moment to pirate and snatch the Vijay Kalash. But she could not hide from the mystic vision of the Guru, who immediately tied her up with his tantric powers and imprisoned her then and there, where to this day she remains. The tree where she is imprisoned is aptly called Masima, or Mother Tree. The tantric powers of the Guru induced her into a slumber, and while she slept, the Guru asked the procession to proceed in all silence, no music, no sound of any kind, not even a whisper, lest she should awaken and cause another commotion. Since then, to date, the 12th year procession of the Lord, whence the chariot is pulled all the way from Bungamati on, reaching Iwalakya, is pulled at night, from where onto the crossroads at Pucho, now Pulchok, is total silence. No music, no sound, no noise, lest the Yaksha queen should rise yet again and cause all hell to break loose. From Pucho onwards, there remained no fear of any acts of piracy from any other Yakshas. So the procession from there to Iti proceeded in full regalia, and there at the Iti crossroads the procession rested. Iti, a place in Yala in those days, was at the crossroads whence one street led to Ye and the other to Kopa, another to Yala, and yet another to Tadaha Hana Lake. At this four-way crossroads, the king serpent Karkotak in human form paid obeisance to Lord Loknath and asked leave of Bandhudatta, King Narendra Deva, and Ratan Chakra. Strangers we were and have journeyed on a common mission, and borne together all the joys and sorrows that befell us. Strangers we are no more. I have gained a lot of knowledge of the existential plane of humans and their affairs, but here at this crossroad my path ends. I bid you farewell, and now allow me to leave. Guru Bandhudatta said, O King of the Serpents, Karkotak, blessed art thou. Your contribution to this mission is great and immeasurable. Without your help over the Shila Nadi, we may not have reached Kamuni and the land of the Yakshas. People shall forever offer you puja and praise you. Karkotak then went his way towards Tadahana Lake, where to date he is praised and offered puja by the people. Now Guru Bandhudatta was from Ye, and King Narendra Deva from Kwapa, and Ratan Chakra was a local of Yala. Having reached this place rather late in the evening, they decided to bivouac there. Chapter 9. The Judgment at Yeti and Making of the Idol and the Chariot. The next day, Guru Bandhudatta woke up early, and after finishing his daily puja, went about preparing to go home with the Vijay Kalash. Likewise, King Narendra Deva also finished his puja and prepared to go to his palace in Kopa, with the Vijay Kalash. Guru Bandhudatta was the first to speak. Now let's prepare the procession to take this way towards Kantipur, where the Lord will be established at a holy place. Next, King Narendra Deva intervened. No, here this way leads to Bhaktapur and to my palace. We should prepare the procession to take this way. The king and the Guru looked at each other with raised eyebrows. Guru Bandhudatta said, "O king, how can that be? I have led your mission from beginning to end, and with my tantric powers have caused to bring the Lord without having to draw a single sword against the Yakshas or anyone in that matter. Had I not intervened, you could not have put a single footprint over the line where Karkotak lay asleep. Let's not babble on this subject too long. The Lord has to be taken to Kantipur, my hometown." Thereupon the king countered, "O great Guru, my obeisance to thee again and again. There is none to match your tantric powers, neither here nor in any existential place I know of. This mission would never have succeeded without your wise leadership and determination. I have no doubt about that. But, O Guru, it's time in my role and duty as king, who, having felt the sufferings and misery for our people, first initiated this mission, and I am the first who went to the great Guru Shantikar, who, upon my prayer and pleadings, called upon you and asked you to accompany me to fulfill my mission. I prepared all the puja requirements for this mission from my treasury. You are my Guru, my priest, but I am your judgman, the right owner of a religious deed done in all good faith. I will leave no stone unturned to satisfy your need for a reward, but, O great Guru, the procession ought to lead this way, to Kwapa and nowhere else." Bearer Ratan Chakra, who had been listening to all this conversation with ears pricked, now thought it game to lay his own claim as to where the Lord ought to be established. He began, "O revered Guru, O benevolent king, allow me a prayer. There are 4 pathways here. Karkotak has taken the path whence we came. Revered Guru, take the path leading to Ye. Benevolent king, take the other path leading to Kwapa. Me, I will continue to carry my kamu with the Vijay Kalash and take this remaining path to Yella, which is also very close by. There is no need for you to bet one against the other. Had I not carried all the necessity of this mission to and back from Kamuni, how may have this mission succeeded? Not once did I complain about the heat in the daytime nor the chill of the night. Never did I ask of you for food or drinks. I did everything I was ordered to do, sweat, strain, pain notwithstanding. Only the Lord knows how much I have suffered. So therefore I will take this short path to Lalitpur, establish the Lord there, and shall happily serve at the Lord's feet till I breathe my last." The king stared askance at Ratan Chakra and said, "Chakra, how dare you? Had you not come with Bandhudatta and volunteered, I would have taken a man of my choosing to become the bearer. I can accept that you have done a good job without complaint and risked your life, but need I remind you that you volunteered for this mission? Irrespective, I can and will pay you for all your sweat and pain. That's all you can ask for, and that's all you will get. No way you can take Lord Loknath with you." The king was not a little furious now, and his voice was raised like that of a wounded lion. "The Lord will take the way with me on a path of my choosing, and I shall no more tolerate any argument." Seeing the king agitated, Guru Bandhudatta tried to pacify him. "O king, pacify thyself. Do not vent your anger. It will hurt you more than anyone else. We ought to have talked about this in the first place. when we set out on this mission, but whoever thought that this would come to pass between us? There is a saying, a midwife, a lammi, a laborer, a guru priest, and a physician will command all respect and reverence only till their service is in wanting, but once over, their worth is also over. Likewise, now that the task at hand is over, I am no more needed, and you, with a puffed up ego, offer to pay me my dues and add a reward as you would to a household priest. Can you really pay me for all that I have done? All of your country and all of its contents are too small a reward for me, but I didn't devote myself on this mission for a reward. I did it solely to live up to the command of my Guru Shantikar and for relieving the people of their suffering and miseries. O King, all of us three did not embark on this mission under anyone's behest or command. We came together on this mission on our own free will for the sake of the overall good of the people. Lord Loknath Karunamaya is now in Nepal. The rains have fallen. Our mission is accomplished. We are already rewarded. We are neither greedy nor selfish. So, it is really not worth arguing among ourselves. So, O King, I now propose that we ask King Baradeva, who now reigns in this land of Yala, to summon the Detakali, the seniormost of the country, and ask him to do justice as to where Lord Loknath shall be taken and established. I give you my word that I will comply with whatever the Detakali says and seek that you do it too. King Baradeva immediately sent for a trusted courtier and had him bring an earthen bowl full of the best curd. Atop the curd he sprinkled some salt and asked the courtier to deliver it to the Detakali without delay and feed him with it. He was commanded to do all this in all secrecy without a whisper. The courtier did exactly as the king had commanded. At the house of the Detakali, the elder was elated to receive a courtier from the palace with a full bowl of curd sent by the king himself. He tasted it and licked it clean. Then he realized that it was also tasted salty. Now, what does this mean? It must mean that the king wants me to do a favor. But what? I would have gladly done whatever he would have asked me to do. Why need he rub salt to it? The man already felt that something important, ominous, was afoot. The old man narrated all this to his wife and children repeatedly, repeating the same question, why? The old man could hardly sleep throughout the night, unable to find an answer to his own question. Early next morning, the courtier appeared again and asked the old man to immediately report in the service of the king. The old man put on the best of his clothes and cap and hurried to the palace. The king took him to his secret chamber and narrated all that Ratan Chakra had narrated, and at the end said, "My reverence to you, old man, you who have completed Janku 3 times. Now, it is in my interest and in my interest of our land that Lord Loknath Karunamaya be kept here in Yala. So, at the assembly where you will be asked to pronounce your judgment, you shall, by virtue of your having partaken of the salt sent to you, show your allegiance to me and to our land and pronounce that Lord Loknath be established here in Yala, else you shall receive due punishment for disobeying the commands of your king." The sternness of the king's voice and on the king's face told all that the king did not pronounce. The old man finally got the answer to the question that had been nagging him since he tasted salt in the curd. At Yeti, Guru Bandhudatta and King Narendra Dev sent a messenger to King Bara requesting him to come at Yeti and with the Detekali. All well prepared, King Baradeva arrived at Yeti in all regalia with his entourage and the Detekali in a palanquin. He then asked the old man to present himself before the Guru and King Narendra Deva. Guru Bandhudatta then said to the old man, "Yea, the eldest of the land, my reverence to thee. We must come to a point in time and on a matter of utmost importance, for which we seek your wise judgment." Guru Bandhudatta then narrated all that had happened and had been happening for bringing Loknath to Nepal. The old man listened without a word, though he had heard all of it from King Baradeva as told by Ratna Chakra. At the end, Bandhudatta said, "Now myself and the king both claim the Lord be taken to our respective lands. You are the eldest here, and you may not have many years hereafter. So, with dharma in your heart and without any hesitation or fear, give us your wise judgment as to where we should take Lord Karunamaya. We have both given our word that we will accept your judgment without fail and without remorse." The old man was all nervous inside out and thought, "The great Guru has impeccably told me all that has befallen. Now, if I say that the Lord has to be taken to the land of the Guru, King Narendra Dev will definitely feel cheated and angry as well. He might, because in all fairness, the Lord has to be taken to the land of the King Narendra Deva and nowhere else. It would be against my dharma, and I would be doing injustice if I say that the Lord should be kept here in Yala as King Baradeva wants me to say. But if I don't, King Baradeva will surely end my life here and now, no matter how very little I have left to live." With these thoughts swirling in his head, the poor man kept quiet for a while. Thereupon, King Narendra Deva, rather assured that the old man would speak the truth and judge in his favor, said, Thou elderly, we have given our word that we will abide by your judgment. So have no fear, speak the truth, and the truth alone, and nothing else. Delay no more." The elderly finally opened his mouth and said, "O great Guru, O benevolent King, you have both given your word, and now the burden of trust rests upon my old shoulders. The three of you have accomplished this great task by virtue of your respective capacities, voluntarily, and only the good of the people as your goal. Now, it often so happens that people come together and strive together for achieving a common cause, but once that is achieved, then selfish personal interests start to sprout, grow, and turn into bad breath. Now, in our present situation too, when all has been done and accomplished, by a twist of fate, it has befallen on me to speak, which I must and I shall. But before that, I shall wish that everyone see me speak and hear what I speak. Therefore, bring 7 ugas and place them one on top of the other, as I may climb up and pronounce my judgment." The ways of the elderly are indeed queer, thought the people, and some even burst out in laughter. The ugas were brought, and the biggest placed at the bottom, and successively smaller ones one on top another. When all 7 were erected painstakingly, the old man climbed one after another till he reached and stood at the top, eerie and dizzy. The old man said to himself, "Now, whatever may befall me, virtue or vice, King Bharadeva shall bear that. I have partaken of his salt, so I must do his bidding. After all, how long will I live? If I die for pronouncing a false judgment, let it be so. At least the people of my land will praise me for establishing Lord Loknath Karunamaya here in Yala. From atop the 7 ugas, the elderly looked around at the assembly gathered there, cleared his throat, and in the loudest voice he could muster began, O great Guru, O benevolent kings, and all others gathered here on this fateful day, I shall now pronounce my judgment. Listen carefully. So saying, the elderly put his palms together and prayed for the mercy of the Lord. Then he spoke, Hail, O Lord! The Lord indeed is everywhere and belongs to all alike, but Lord Karunamaya has to be physically established here in the land of Yala. All who dwell in heaven, earth, and the underworld pay obeisance to Jagannath Lokeshwara. Do this in all truth. The elderly pronounced a judgment 3 times from atop the 7 ugas. No sooner had he uttered the last word, all of a sudden the ground below the ugas parted, and before anyone could do anything, the 7 ugas with the elderly on top sank into the ground without a trace. Not a sound, not a breeze. Everyone there stared with mouths agape at the immediate punishment of the elderly received for pronouncing injustice. Moments later, all the commotion broke loose. People ran hither and thither, lest the earth would part again and swallow them whole. However, King Bharadeva and Ratan Chakra were elated, but showed nothing in their elation. Guru Bandhudatta and King Narendra Deva were dismayed and confounded. They looked at each other and lowered their eyes. King Narendra Deva became very impatient and paced about the place, shaking his hand strangely in the air all the while, fuming with anger and hopelessness. Seeing this, Guru Bandhudatta said to the king, Woe be to the old man, he spoke the untruth and did injustice at a ripe old age and so perished. We ought to have conferred and decided where to establish the Lord while embarking on his mission. But now what else can we do other than repent? Listen, O king, everything in this world happens as an effect of a cause. We both are not at all that clean either. You do remember kicking Karkotak in your irritation for not giving us way, don't you? And I did keep him imprisoned in a small box where he could hardly breathe irrespective of his several pleas, didn't I? For these offenses the Lord now is in the land of the bearer, neither in mine nor yours. The elders of this land did what he did and died, but all said, The Lord is the doer and the bearer of all that happens, all that is done, and all that is born. Truth is all supreme. Truth will triumph. We have both vowed to do by the bidding of the elderly. That is the truth, and we shall not do injustice as the elderly has done. Lord Karunamaya shall be established here in Yala. The Guru continued, Lord Loknath was the dearest son among the children of the Yaksha king and the queen. For the sake of our people, our land, we convinced, threatened, and even used force to bring him here, leaving them in tears, grief, and pain. For all these offenses, we will pray for mercy with the Lord. So saying, Guru Bandhudatta Bajracharya then went on to inscribe the year when the Lord was brought to Nepal, 3,600 years into the era of Kali. The Lord Sri Narayana Avaloketisvara set foot in the land of Nepal. Guru Bandhudatta then said, Great king, now we shall need to take an idol of the Lord encircling the Vijay Kalash as the womb in the center. For this, we need to fetch the bones of the Lord and the golden garland embedded in Guru Shantikar at Masa Pithadola in his previous life. Guru Bandhudatta then looked for a sculptor, pure in heart and mind, who could be entrusted to make an idol of the Lord. He found the right sculptor at the Yampi Bihar in Yala by the name of Sumati Shanti, who then made the base material by grinding the bones and impregnating it with all the 32 virtuous qualities. In the presence of Guru Bandhudatta, the King Narendra Deva, he then molded the pliable mass into the shape and size of the idol, encircling the Vijay Kalash as the womb in the center. King Narendra Deva then made available the required land near Iti to build a courtyard, now called Tabaha Vihar, and had an exquisite temple made to house the Lord. Thereafter, Guru Bandhudatta Bajracharya performed the 14 Chaturdashavishek rituals and established the Lord in the temple. He then invoked and established God Ganesh there and Goddess Kumari at a place called Eka. In those days and times, the Chariot Festival in Yella comprised 7 chariots being pulled in and around the land. Bandhudatta sought to amalgamate and replace the 7 chariots with just one for the Lord, and with the concurrence of the king and people, by virtue of the Samadhi Yoga, invoke the gods of the 7 chariots to immerse into the idol of Lord Karunamaya. 6 of them came to the temple and immersed themselves into the body of the Lord, one after another. However, of the 108 manifestations of Lord Karunamaya, one of them, the Jatadhari Lokeswara, did not arrive. Bandhudatta focused his Samadhi Yoga on the Lord and made a chaitya for the purpose. The chaitya burst open, but the Lord did not come. Jatadhari Lokeshwara then appeared in a dream and said, "O meditating Acharya, I am pleased that you have amalgamated all 6 manifestations into one, but retain my chariot for the overall good of the land and people, and let it follow the chariot of Lord Avaloketisvara Karunamaya." Being so commanded, Bandhudatta arranged that 2 chariots be pulled instead of one. Thereafter, Bandhudatta had a special chariot made for the Lord. Following the 13 spiritual stages, planes of ascendancy, the chariot was made to contain 13 tires, and the 32 virtues are symbolized by the 32 ku height of the chariot. On top, a round artifact called the Baenmyo was placed as a symbol of the lotus flower. After the chariot was built, Bandhudatta impregnated life into the chariot by invoking the same 4 Vairavas, Yagriva, Nandakunda, Harisiddhi, and Lupta Samhar, who had carried the palanquin of the Lord from the land of the Yakshas into the 4 wheels of the chariot. The spirit of the serpent king Karkotak was infused into the long pole called the Gama in front of the chariot. Additionally, in order to dispel any form of trouble, difficulties, and disturbances during the Chariot Festival, the spirit of Vignantak Vairav was placed under the chin of Karkotak. In case the spire of the chariot leaned towards any one side, to correct his position, 2 ropes called the Jangala were attached on 2 sides of the spire. The spirit of King Basukinaga serpent was infused into the right jangala and the serpent king Sheshnag to the left jangala. Pandudatta then invoked and seated Lord Amitamba onto the lotus-shaped Dayenmo. Still above, on the spire, he invited and rested the spirit of Lord Vajrasattva, the most venerable Lord and Guru of Mahayana Buddhists. Finally, the spire was adorned with the country's flag, Buddhist flag, and Avalokitesvara's flag inscribed with the letters Om Mani Padme Hum. Then, on the auspicious first day of Nepal Sambat Pachalathoparu, the first day of the waxing moon, that is around mid-April, the idol of Lord Lokeshvara Karunamaya was placed inside the chariot. The message spread far and wide to all the existential planes from heaven to the underworld that a chariot festival of the Lord of all Lokas, Lokeshvara Karunamaya, was taking place in the land of Nepal Mandala for the very first time. Devas, Asuras, Gandharvas, Kinnars, Nagas came in droves and mixed with the earthlings, elated and overjoyed to participate in the celebration of the Lord. They brought their own kind of pujas and offerings and paid obeisance to the Lord. After 3 full days of prayer and worship and merrymaking, the chariot was pulled on the 4th day. Devas took charge of the right-hand side jangala and Asuras of the left side. Earthly men took to the ropes in front of the chariot. Saints, Gandharvas, Kinnars lit aromatic herbs, played and sang music and hymns in praise of the Lord, and danced and frolicked along the way. The journey chosen for the chariot festival was divided into Pela, 4-stage journey. The first year was allotted to and celebrated by Guru Bandhudatta Bajracharya of Yeng, Kantipur. At the call of the Guru, people of all social classes from Yeng came to Yala, offered puja and paid obeisance to the Lord. Then joyfully and with all merriment they pulled the chariot from Pucho to Gabaha. The second year was allotted to and celebrated by King Narendra Deva of Kopa, Bhaktapur. Word was sent out to Kopa, and the people from there came in droves in their traditional costumes, carrying their drums and musical instruments, offered puja and paid obeisance to the Lord. They joyfully and with all merriment they pulled the chariot from Gabaha to Luhiti. The third year was allotted to and celebrated by Bearer Ratan Chakra and the people of Yala. They needed no call, no invitation. People from the city center and from the outlying villages came in droves, dressed in their best and with their drums and musical instruments, and paid obeisance to the Lord. Then, joyfully and with all merriment, they pulled the chariot and danced along the way with Luhiti to Lagankya. The 4th and last year, from Lagankya to Jaulakya, belonged to all and sundry, including the dwellers and denizens of all the essential plains. People from everywhere, anywhere, came and lent their hand to pull the chariot. Once the chariot reached Jaulakya, the Devas, Asuras, Gandharvas, Kinnars, Nagas in droves upon droves came to offer puja and pay homage to the Lord. The throng of devotees was such that the chariot was kept at Jaulakya for 3 days. In the late evening on the 3rd day, when all else had left, a group of yakshas from Kamuni, wearing a garb of worshippers, also came to Jaulakya with the intention to abduct Lord Loknath. Sensing the intention of the yakshas, 32 goddesses materialized from the chariot and chased them far and away. In the afternoon of the fourth day, the Lord was taken out of the chariot and placed in a palanquin and carried south to Bungamati Amarapur, where King Narendradeva had a vihara and a temple built for the Lord. He assigned a sect of locals to become priests at the temple for daily worship and provided all the necessary puja utensils. He also instituted a guthi and donated plenty of property and land in order that all the rituals may be performed till prosperity. King Narendradeva also instituted a guthi and donated ample property and land for the caretakers of the Lord and temple at Tabahayala. He did likewise for the descendants of Bandhudatta for conducting the Karmakanda Puja rituals, for the Neku sect, for the Nekuju sect of people of Kwapa for providing all color requirements for the Lord and their chariot, for the potters of Nadol for providing all required utensils, for the descendants of Ratan Chakra for preparing and cooking all the necessary edibles, for the bhajan mandals for playing traditional music and singing hymns in praise of the Lord, for the farmer tenants of Nala who worked on his land. King Narendradeva instituted guthi and donated ample property and land for preparing and offering panchamrit for the Lord and to share and consume the rest among themselves. Likewise, Guru Bandhudatta with King Narendradeva established the Chariot Festival of Lord Loknath Karunamaya and Jatadhari Lokeshwar, adhering to the principles and rituals of Vajrayana. The bigger chariot of Lord Loknath Karunamaya was to be pulled in front, followed by a smaller chariot of Jatadhari Lokeshwara. Having provided and arranged for all the necessities to ensure the daily worship, Karmakanda and the Chariot Festival of the Lord for eternity, Guru Bandhudatta, King Narendradeva and Bera Ratan Chakra came together and made their way towards Gopucha to Guru Shantikar Vajracharya. Chapter 10. At the feet of the Lord. All three of them paid homage and obeisance to Guru Shantikar Vajracharya, who was full of joy to see them. Guru Bandhudatta then narrated all that they had gone through from the time they left Shantipura till their return. The Guru listened attentively to their adventurous journey and a success story. He then blessed all three. You have fulfilled a momentous task to relieve the people and the land from suffering and misery that will forever remain praiseworthy. For ages to come, people, when in dire straits, will remember your adventure and take inspiration to continue their struggle for a better and happy outcome. May you ever remain blessed by the Lord. Once again, bowing to Guru, the three took leave and returned to their homes. With the advent of Lord Loknath Karunamaya, the country was bestowed with all kinds of positive influences. Illnesses and diseases faded from the land. The rains fell regularly on time and in adequate quantities, and the soil became fertile like never before. Vegetation and crops grew to their full potential. Rice paddy flourished like never before. The husks now bore rice kernels, and people were elated to see the shining grains in heaps and mounds. Rice from then on became the staple food of the people. There was abundance everywhere. Tolerance, devotion, compassion, brotherhood welled up in the minds of people. Peace and harmony pervaded the land and created grounds for all disciplines of art, science to flourish. The overall civilization of the valley got raised to new heights with new creations and inventions. These spilled over the borders of the land to spread to neighboring and far-off lands. Nepal Mandala shone like a jewel on the laps of the great Himalayas and became the goal and destination of people from all directions. With prosperity everywhere, the Chariot Festival was observed with ceremonial elegance and luster every year. People from far and wide, and dwellers and denizens of all existential planes, considered it to be a boon of a lifetime to be able to participate and partake in the Chariot Festival of the Lord. The throngs and varieties of devotees kept increasing, and so did the procession and revelers. The Chariot Festival became a treasure, an indispensable celebration, a way of life, and a carnival heritage of the land. Years rolled by. One day, the omniscient Guru Bandhudatta sensed that his time on earth was coming to an end, but he still had an unfinished business with faith. He marked a date in his patra and days ahead sent a message to King Narendradeva and Ratan Chakra that they come to the temple of the Lord for a special puja and offering. The king and the bearer were elated to receive a call from the revered Guru after so long and presented themselves at the temple. After paying homage to the Guru and an exchange of customary greetings, the king and the bearer asked the Guru of the purpose of his meeting at the temple. "You will soon know of it," said the Guru. "For now I shall compose some new hymns for the Lord." So saying, the Guru proceeded to compose 25 hymns in front of the Lord and named them Karunastak. He then gave instructions to the musicians and sang out the verses in praise of the Lord. Thereafter, he prepared and offered puja to the Lord, and at the end of it, he turned towards the king and with a broad smile said, "Brave and benevolent king, now all of what we have to do has been done except for the one which you have wished for me. So be ready to fulfill that one too." The king gave a puzzled look at the Guru and said, "Great Guru, after the advent of Lord Karunamaya and having provided for and arranged for the upkeep of the Lord, the temples of the Lord and the Chariot Festival, I have no more wishes unfulfilled." The Guru with a smile said, "Nay, O king, one of your wishes remains unfulfilled. You may have forgotten it, no doubt, but as it concerns me, it is my duty to remind you." So saying, Guru Bandhudatta recalled the happenings of the day when only the two of them were in the dark cave invoking Lord Loknath to appear as a bumblebee and have it enter the Vijay Kalash. "O king, the Lord in the form of a bumblebee entered the Kalash twice, and both times you failed to cover it up with the kishli. I warned and chided that if you failed the third time, there wouldn't be a fourth time. The third time too, the bumblebee entered the Vijay Kalash. You were asleep, and as I could not take chances, I nudged you forcefully with my elbow, whence you sprang up and covered the Vijay Kalash with the kishli. Remember?" The Guru smiled yet again. "You wished for something then, and that wish still remains unfulfilled. I, the culprit, am still here, alive in front of you. Now it's time that you fulfill that wish of yours too." The king looked askance, bewildered at the Guru, and suddenly went pale and numb within. The thoughts that had flashed in his mind at that time in the cave then flashed back afresh in his mind were in front of the Lord. The king thought to himself, "O Lord, what after all is this Guru? He must be a real incarnation of Lord Manjushri to grasp that fleeting thought that crossed my mind at that time." Neither had that thought occurred to me a second time, nor had I whispered that to myself, let alone others. O Lord, what sin have I committed? How shall I cleanse myself of this terrible, terrible sin? The king then fell to his knees at the feet of Guru Bandhudatta, his whole body shaking and trembling with repentance, and with tears flowing, said, Omniscient Guru, I pray a millionth time to forgive me for my sinful thoughts. Have mercy on me, Guru. My mind is writhing in pain for that fleeting thought of mine. You, the wisest, know fully well how very proud and wicked state power, wealth, and youth can become when not in control. The power and wealth I possessed then drained my wisdom and made me commit a sin I must never have. Have mercy on me, O Guru. I pray, have mercy on me. Guru Bandhudatta then looked at the Lord and around. Everybody was looking askance at them, numb and nervous, not knowing what to do or say. He said, A thought needs to be followed and fulfilled. How else will mankind evolve, advance, and progress? Therefore, man, each and every one, must first of all learn to nurture and cultivate a virtuous, compassionate mind that brings forth good thoughts and good thoughts alone before pursuing after knowledge and power, for power born of knowledge in the hands of impure and arrogant minds will eventually lead to its destructive use. I have no ill feelings towards you or against your thoughts. You have repented and atoned, but still your thoughts remain unfulfilled. So, O King, make a human figure out of the situ grass, evergreen grass, and bisect it just to enact your thought in the real. The words of the Guru very much lessened the nervousness that had gripped and gathered everyone. Thought that the unpleasantries would be over for good. The king then said, Great Guru, I would not like to do that. Not even play act, not at all. But since you command me to do so, like a child's play, I shall fulfill your command. So saying, the king collected some evergreen grass, bundled it up into a human figure, and put it on grass. The Guru, now at the end of his existence, transferred his life essence onto the grass figure and sat close at the feet of the Lord. The king took out his sword and with a wry smile bisected the grass figure and turned to look at the Guru. Alas, it was too late. Guru Bandhudatta Bajracharya slumped lifeless at the right foot of the Lord and achieved nirvana then and there. The king went limp and like a man bereft of his senses, rolled and twisted on the ground and cried aloud, O Lord, what have I done? What sin have I committed? What has come to pass between me and my beloved Guru? How long shall I live, and for what purpose? No, I can live no longer. I must not remain here any longer. So saying, the king sat at the feet of the Lord and in his turn composed 24 hymns, named them Sarvabhuta, sang them aloud like mad for all to hear, and at the end of it slumped lifeless at the left foot of the Lord and achieved nirvana then and there. Over the bodies of Guru and the king lying lifeless at the feet of Lord, Ratan Chakra swept and cried, O Lord, that all have to die one day, this I know, but why need it be like this for the God-like persons, like my revered Guru and King? And now, O Lord, what have thou left for me, an ignorant lay-bearer, to do, other than to be at one with my revered Guru and King? take me in thy fold too, O Lord. So saying, Ratan Chakra composed 25 hymns, called them Charpatipada, and sang out the hymns for all to hear. At the end of it, his voice waned, and after uttering the last word, Ratan Chakra slumped into the lotus cushion of the Lord and achieved nirvana then and there. The priests, musicians, and devotees who thronged there all in tears then sent word to the kin of the 3 honorable men and arranged that their bodies be cremated with full state honors by all 3 kingdoms. A day of mourning was declared for all of Nepal Mandala. People from all walks of life paid homage to the 3 gallant heroes by lighting oil lamps, burning incense sticks, and offering flowers at the pyre. The priests in service of the Lord chanted incantations and rang their bells in prayer. The musicians and bhajan mandalas sang out the hymns in turn composed by the Guru, the king, and the bearer. And while the 3 pyres were alit that night, the moon shone bright in a star-spangled sky with patches of fleecy white clouds towards the horizon. The feeble sound of a conch shell began being blown from afar, broke the quiet of the night and deepened the silence evermore. Afar, the silhouette of a twin triangled flag placed atop the temple of Karunamaya kept fluttering in the gentle breeze. Chapter 11. The Jeweled Putulan BHOTO JATRA. This story is an integral part of the story of Lord Avaloketisvara Karunamaya, as it concerns the display of a jeweled putulan or bhoto during the Chariot Festival of Lord Karunamaya. It pertains to a time many years after the Guru, the king, the bearer achieved nirvana at the feet of the Lord. One summer day, for no apparent reason, the eyes of the serpent queen of King Karkotak of Tadahana Lake began to itch and continued to do so for days on end, despite all known treatment of the serpent world. It went from bad to worse. The eyes swelled big and red like tomatoes, and the foreskin almost covered the eyes blind. King Karkotak was much anguished to see this queen discovered. King Karkotak was much anguished to see his queen disfigured and in such pain. While contemplating how the eyes may be cured, in a flash he recalled Guru Bandhudatta and his magical powers. There must be a way, a method, a treatment with the Gurus in the plains above, he thought, and disguised himself in a human form, came out of the waters in search of an eye physician. Meanwhile, an elderly farmer from Quappa, adept at treating eye-related ailments, was on his way to his fields. Their paths crossed. Karkotak stopped the elderly and asked, "Elderly thou, I am on the lookout for an eye physician to cure my wife. Do you know of anyone nearby?" "Why, of course," said the elderly. "You have met the right man. I am an eye physician." "Thank the Lord," said Karkotak. "Please come with me to my home and treat my wife of her ailment." "Not now," said the elderly. "I am on my way to work in my fields. Come tomorrow and I shall gladly come with you." "Please come now," said Karkotak. "She has been suffering since many days and the pain has now become unbearable. Treat her well and I shall reward you to your heart's content." The farmer could not refuse Karkotak's insistence. "So then, how far is your place?" he asked, and followed Karkotak. Finally, they reached the banks of the Tadahana lake, where Karkotak signaled the farmer to sit down and became his true self. "O physician, I am the Serpent King Karkotak. My palace is inside this lake. Do not be afraid. I will take you there without any harm. Now stand up and close your eyes and keep them shut till I ask you to open them." After seeing Karkotak in his full form, the elderly physician had nothing much to argue about but to obey. Karkotak then wrapped the physician in his coils and dove deep into the waters of Tadahana to his underwater palace. There he put down the physician and asked him to open his eyes. The physician was mesmerized to see the grandeur of the palace there. The whole place shone and sparkled with the colors of the precious stones studded into the gold and silver structures. He looked hither and thither, wide-eyed and mouth agape in wonder. The physician was then treated to an excellent meal, the like of which he had never tasted or imagined. After eating his fill, he was now ready to treat the Serpent Queen. He was escorted to the queen, who sat on an ornate couch with her eyes now shut due to the swelling. The farmer did not carry any medicine or ointment with him. He looked at the queen and asked to bring a pot of pure water. Then he sat cross-legged and began incantation of the BHOTO Sutra, dedicated to BHOTO Tathagata, the medicine Buddha, all the while peeling the dirt from behind his right ear. When a tiny ball was formed, he drenched the dirt ball with a few drops of pure water and put it in the eyes of the Serpent Queen. In a while, by the grace of BHOTO Tathagata, the burning sensation of the eyes cooled down. The farmer physician treated the Serpent Queen like this 3 times a day for 4 days straight. On the 5th day, the Serpent Queen's eyes were restored to its original shape and size. Twinkling brighter than before, she saw much better and she looked much better. The Serpent Queen was overjoyed and elated, and so was the King Karkotak. "O great physician, you have indeed cured my wife of her ailment and made us all happy and joyful. How may I reward you for your generous treatment?" "Ask and it shall be yours," said a happy Karkotak. The old farmer physician did not know what to ask for. "O Serpent King, I am a poor farmer and with very little needs of my own," he began. "I don't wish to beg riches from you, but I would like to take something memorable that all can see and marvel at. Right now, the most marvelous thing I see in front of my eyes is that putulan you are wearing. If it be in your grace, grant me that putulan, that I may wear it when I go to work my fields and show it to my people as a reward from the Serpent King." King Karkotak was very much impressed with the simplicity of the farmer physician. He gave a broad smile and looked at himself to see what he was wearing for the day. A putulan studded all over with precious gems and of course shining and sparkling. "I am pleased with your treatment, not least your simplicity, O physician. This is a precious dress I wear, which I have personally put together, but you shall have it as a reward, and all who shall see it shall be relieved from the many fears and doubts that grip the minds of men." So saying, Karkotak took off his garment and gave it to the farmer together with other riches. Then he asked the farmer physician to close his eyes once again. Karkotak wrapped the physician in his coils, came up from underwater palace and placed him on the banks of Tadahana lake. Take care of the putula, he said. Show it only to the deserving and whom you can trust, for whoever sees it may want it and try to take it away from you. Now go home and live in peace. So saying, Karkotak once again disappeared in the waters of Dadahana Lake. The old farmer reached home and was squarely chided by his wife and family for having absented himself for 4 days straight without a word. The farmer then narrated what had befallen and as proof showed them the riches and the putula of the Serpent King. All family members considered themselves blessed as the old man had brought riches beyond imagination. The old man fondled with the putula, wearing it often several times a day. He wanted to show to the world what a precious dress he owned, but dared not, remembering the caution of Karkotak. But for how long? One day he made up his mind, and wearing the putula strode out of his home towards his fields, shining and sparkling. Those who saw him looked with awe, but no one ventured close or inquired about the dress. Not so mischievous Bhoot from the spirit world, who could not contain his curiosity seeing a farmer going to work in the fields wearing a unique gem-studded sparkling putula. The Bhoot disguised himself into a human youth and approaching the old man said, Grandpa dear, you are all shining and sparkling. Where from have you got this putula? Oh no, not at all to match your age nor your looks. I very much fancy wearing it myself. How much do you ask for it? I will pay you your price, whatever. The farmer glanced at the youth and said, This is a reward from the Serpent King. It is invaluable, and I will not part with it, whatever price you may offer. Go your way. The firmness in the voice of the farmer compelled the Bhoot to rethink, and he waited for an opportune moment. The old farmer did not wear the putula for several days, afraid that some other will also come hankering after it. But for how long? He fondled the dress and decided to wear it for just this one day. He put it on and walked out of his home towards the field, shining and sparkling. The Bhoot, who had been watching the farmer without let, followed him to his field and unseen hid behind a tree. The old farmer went about his work in the field. The sun shone bright and hot. After a while, the old man working in the open sun was sweating, and streams of sweat flowed from all over his body. The sweat will spoil my precious putula, he said to himself, and looking in all directions said, There is none to see for miles around. I will take off the dress and keep it under the tree for a while and finish that row. So saying, the farmer took off the putula, folded it neatly, and placed it under the tree. Exactly what the Bhoot was waiting for. The Bhoot laughed gleefully. The farmer went to work on the unfinished row, and just when he bent down, he heard a rustle among the bushes and saw someone running with something shining. He looked to where he had kept the putula. It was there no more. He sprang after the one running away and ran after it as fast as his old legs could carry him. But the Bhoot was faster. After giving chase for some time, the farmer was breathless. The Bhoot simply outran him and disappeared. The farmer physician sat down with a thud and hit his forehead hard with his palm. Woe to me, he lamented. Why need I wear my precious putula when going to the field? Woe to me, why did I need to take it off at all? Woe be to me, my precious putula, he cried and wailed. To no avail. He reached home late, still in tears, and narrated a story to his family, who chided him for his foolishness, but rather comforted him. The Lord will see to it that the Putula thief will get his due punishment. One day or the other you will surely get to see your Putula again. Days rolled by. Then on the first day of the waxing moon of the month of Bachalathoparo, Lord Karunamaya was once again enthroned inside the chariot for the Chariot Festival to begin, and pulled on the first day from Pucho to Kaba, from Kaba to Luhiti on the second day, from Luhiti to Lagankya on the third day, and on the auspicious day from Nagankya to Jolakya. The chariot was kept at Jolakya for 3 days. On the afternoon of the third day, an unusual amount of devotees, dwellers and denizens from other existential planes also came to pay homage and obeisance to the Lord. Denizens of the Bhutloka were also among the crowd, and the mischievous among them began to steal food, fruits, edibles, drinks brought there by the human devotees. The human devotees were amazed that their stock of food, fruits, and edibles was reduced, gone without seeing anyone stealing them. Where has my food gone? Who has taken my fruits? Who drank my pot empty? The noise and commotion grew louder. Just then a Bajrachari Guru, skilled in Tantra Mantra, curious to know who the culprits were, caused to spread a net among the unseen ones and made them visible to human sight. The bhoots, bound in tantric net, could not free themselves and became visible to human sight. It so happened that the bhoot who had stolen the Putula was also there, wearing it shining and sparkling. The farmer physician happened to be there too, and at once recognized his Putula. He pushed through the crowd straight towards the bhoot standing there, and holding him by the throat said, "Thief, now finally I have got you. Not a day has passed without thinking of my Putula. Now take it off and hand it over to me, else I will force you to." "Thief, thief," the farmer yelled. Caught unawares but defiant, the bhoot said, "Old man, what do you mean? I found this abandoned in a nowhere place, and what is found belongs to the finder. Who are you to claim this? Leave me and let me go, else you will be the one to suffer." So saying, the bhoot tried to wrench free from the farmer's hold. A serious brawl ensued between the two. By and by, other bhoots encircled them in a ring. The thief bhoot was stronger than the old farmer and had him pinned to the ground. The old farmer cried out for help again and again. Just then, Serpent King Karkotak, taking relief from his duty at the Gama and in human form, reached there and plainly saw his jeweled Putula being worn by the bhoot, and the old farmer physician under him crying out for help. He immediately seized the bhoot by the throat and, lifting him off the ground, struck him with the force of a thunderbolt. The bhoot, writhed in pain, spun 3 rounds complete and fell thud on the ground. Meanwhile, the old farmer got up and knelt at the feet of Karkotak and narrated to him in all detail how the jeweled Putula was stolen by the bhoot. Karkotak then looked down at the bhoot, who meanwhile had come around to his senses, and said, "Mischievous creature, know me for who I am." So saying, he showed his real self to the bhoot and said, "I gave this Putula to this farmer physician for curing my wife. It belongs to him. Now take that off and hand it over, else." The bhoot crawled up his knees and joined both palms together, said, "O King of the Serpents, mercy, a prayer I offer to thee. Those who know not the worth of something, nothing precious they ought to possess. This farmer is one such person who carelessly left this jeweled Putula to work in the fields. Some day, not me, but other thieves or swindlers will lay hands on his Putula. Neither is he the right Person for this jeweled putula, neither am I. This marvelous artifact from your world should be shown to all beings. Let this be gifted to Lord Karunamaya and remain in the Lord's custody. So saying, the Bhoot took off the putula and laid it at the feet of Karkotak. Karkotak then conferred with the farmer physician and the attending priests, and having so done, with a mischievous smile on his face, said to the Bhoot, mischievous creature, I think with that thunderous blow I have put your senses right. Yes, the farmer physician has consented to gift this jeweled putula to the Lord. In good time, King Baradeva of Yala also arrived there and was told about the cause of the commotion and the jeweled putula. Karkotak then said, O King, the people assembled here and the seen and unseen denizens of other existential planes, I, with the conquerings of all, hereby place this jeweled putula at the feet of the Lord. There is no ordinary garment like this. This is no ordinary garment. All who shall see this shall marvel at the artifact from the serpent world, and shall be relieved from the many fears and doubts of the mind, and be confident in one's undertaking. Every year on the 4th day before the Lord is taken back to the temple at Bungamati, the king of the land shall come here and display this jeweled putula for all to see, standing in the 4 corners of the chariot, and this he shall do 3 times thus. The first display is for the gods, humans, and denizens of the serpent loka. The second display is for Yen Yala Khopa Tadahana and for Guru Bandhudatta, King Narendra Deva, bearer Ratan Chakra, and the serpent king Karkotak. The third display is for the farmer physician, the Tantric Bajracharya, Bhoot Loka, Yaksha Loka, and the denizens and dwellers of all other existential planes. So saying, he put the jeweled putula at the feet of the Lord. Then, in the presence of the king and the people, Karkotak gave riches to the farmer physician and to the Tantric Vajracharya. He then warned the Bhoots never to repeat their mischievous deeds, and made his way towards Tadahana lake. As evening fell, the farmer physician, the Tantric Bajracharya, and the denizens of Bhootlok also went their respective ways. From then on, the jeweled putula has remained in the custody of the Lord, and in the presence of the king of the land is displayed once a year from all 4 corners of the chariot 3 times. Putula is also called BHOTO. In later years, the 4th day of the Chariot Festival at Javalakya, commemorating the display of the jeweled BHOTO, became popularly known as BHOTO JATRA. Every 12th year, the chariot of Lord is assembled not in Pucho but in Bungamati and pulled all the way from there to Pucho. And after the customary Peya, the Bhoot Jatra is over and the chariot is pulled from Javalakya back to Bungamati, where an elaborate fire ceremony is enacted to scare away any yakshas intent to take back Loknath Karunamaya. Only thereafter the statue of the Lord is placed inside the temple in Bungamati. Epilogue. Lord Karunamaya Lokeshwara's advent in Nepal and the Chariot Festival portray the civilization of Nepal Mandala as a unique jewel of a civilization distinctly apart from other civilizations of the world. Of utmost interest and curiosity, is the level of spiritual, yogic, and tantric powers prevalent in those days among the dwellers and denizens of the different existential planes, and the frequent and easy interaction among them, epitomized by the powers of Vajrayana wielded by Guru Bandhu Datta Vajracharya. Power to peek into past lives, power to create physical animals in numbers with a single grain, power to invoke gods and goddesses, power to disguise the life essence of a live person into that of a bumblebee and have it fly to a predistinct location, power to read thoughts and minds, power to create an invisible opaque shield, and the power of the serpent king Kotak, who would disguise and take any form, any size, teleport anywhere, anytime. Such esoteric powers that be are now confined to just stories and legends of Nepal, and of course often seen in the sci-fi movies of Hollywood. Amazingly, the Chariot Festival of Lord Avaloketisvara Karunamaya and Matsyendranath still lives the legend of that power. To date, the chariot of the Lord is assembled and impregnated with the spirits of the four Bhairavas, the Karkotak, the Vignantak Bhairava, the Amitabha Buddha, and the Vajrasattva Buddha. To date, 2 chariots are pulled, the bigger and the main one, that of Lord Karunamaya Bungadeo, Rato Matsendranath, followed by the smaller one, that of Jatadhari Lokeshwara, Chakudeo Matsyendranath. To date, the chariot from Pucho to Gabaha is pulled by people from Ye. To date, the chariot from Gabaha to Luhiti is pulled by people from Kwapa. To date, the chariot from Luhiti to Lagankyo is pulled by the locals of Yala. To date, in the evening of the 3rd day at Jaulakela, puja offerings are made to invoke the 32 goddesses of the chariot to chase away the yakshas, lest they adventure to abduct the Lord again. To date, the jeweled putula or photo is displayed on the 4th day after the chariot is stationed at Jaulakya. Every 12th year, the chariot is assembled in Bungamati or Amarapur and pulled to Jaulakya and back after the BHOTO JATRA is over. There, a fire ceremony is held around the chariot and inside the Bungamati temple complex to scare off the yakshas. In other years, the Lord is carried in a palanquin and enthroned on the chariot assembled at Pucho and carried back to Bungamati in a palanquin from Jaulakya after the BHOTO JATRA. The next 12-year Chariot Festival will be in Nepal Sambat 1147, 2084 BS, 2027 AD. Lord Karunamaya has many incarnations and is also known as Arya Avalokitesvara, Padmapani, Loknath Avalokitesvara, Adinath, Lokeswara. Followers of the Hindu faith also observe and celebrate the Chariot Festival joyfully and with equal fervor and merriment. Matsyendranath is a popular name of Lord Avalokitesvara Karunamaya among the non-Nevas and Hindus. They call the red-colored Karunamaya, whose chariot festival is held in Lalitpur, by the name Rato Matsendranath, and the white-colored Karunamaya, whose chariot festival is held in Kantipur, by the name Seto Matsyendranath. Matsyendranath is a Sanskrit word meaning Lord of the Fishes, or symbolically Lord of the creatures born from water. They worship Lord Loknath Karunamaya as Rato Matsendranath and Lord Jatadhari Lokeshwara as Matsyendranath. Wondrously, since the advent of Avaloketisvara Karunamaya in Nepal, the country has never undergone a spate of drought or famine. May Nepal forever remain blessed.